Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of the Bulwark, and this week we're talking about Arizona, where Mitch McConnell and Senate Republicans have a Grand Canyon-sized candidate quality problem. Now, we recorded this episode before the news broke that Mitch McConnell and the Senate Leadership Fund are pulling all of their money out of the Blake Masters race. So some of the conversation I had with our guest today about Masters fundraising issues doesn't take that into account. Most of the people in the focus group you're about to hear voted for Joe Biden after voting for Donald Trump in 2016. And that means that they helped put Biden over the top in Arizona by around 10,000 votes. It's not a lot. Arizona is one of the most important states for both 2022 and 2024. Right now, Senator Mark Kelly is trying to win a full term against Masters, who I think is a bit of a MAGA weirdo. My guest today is Natalie Allison, Senate campaigns reporter at Politico. We have featured her reporting on this podcast before. Natalie, thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Sarah.
I'll just say up front, you do not have to subscribe to my way of describing these candidates, but
I probably won't do that.
Yeah, I believe that. So tell me, have you been able to get out on the trail in Arizona? And if you have, sort of what's jumped out at you about these races or even listening to these groups?
Well, not to tip my hand too much, but I'm planning a trip out there. Unfortunately, I did not make it out in the primary, but I've been covering that race, both primary and general election, of course. In particular, like right now is what Blake Masters is going to do in terms of funding. As you may know, the NRSC had to reshuffle a lot of its money. They said that they were in the process of buying back ads, which they are doing, but it really hasn't made up for what they had initially canceled. And Blake Masters doesn't have any Peter Thiel money coming in so far in the general election. He had about $15 million of that during the primary, which enabled him to be competitive against Jim Lehman, who self-funded about that much money. And without that Thiel money, Blake Masters couldn't have gotten out of the primary. But now he's in this place where a lot of that traditional establishment Republican money has dried up. He has had to rely on people like the Heritage Foundation, Sentinel Action Fund, their new super PAC, and some other outside groups to come in and help him along as he's really struggled to raise money.
Yeah, so since you watched that primary race really closely and did a lot of coverage on it, what were the essential dynamics there? Like, it was just he had the Thiel money and then he got the Trump nod, and that was kind of the ball game?
Yeah. So he was running in third place for a lot of the primary. So the primary started with the state attorney general, Mark Brnovich, in the lead because, of course, he had the most name recognition. He had been elected statewide. He was immediately shit on by Trump, who, had at first said, he thought Brnovich needed to prove himself, that he was willing to do more to overturn the 2020 election results. And then as the primary unfolded, Trump eventually said, Brnovich would never get my endorsement. He has failed at this task of proving he's all in to help me get elected. And Jim Lehman, he tried to get the Trump endorsement, and ultimately they didn't succeed in getting that. And he couldn't compete with the Trump sauce combined with the Thiel money that sent Masters over the edge. And Masters had a pretty stunning rise from third place to winning by double digits.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like the J.D. Vance situation in Ohio, where he's running back of the pack, but he gets that Trump endorsement, the Thiel money, and it kind of pulls him over the line. I'll tell you, this podcast is mostly listened to, though, by political nerds. So they are interested in these sort of internecine intrigue of the dollars. Why do you think Peter Thiel has just decided, after basically putting his hands on these candidates, making Trump endorse them or working to get Trump endorse them, and then he just abandons them in the general? What's that about? Is it just the kind of investment strategy where they do the early side and then they depend on other people to do the other side, or what's going on there?
Well, yeah, there could be some degree of cost analysis here where he has put in $15 million. And of course, $15 million to Peter Thiel is not his life savings by any stretch. But the polls have shown that Blake Masters has never had an advantage over Mark Kelly, that he's always falling behind Mark Kelly. And so at what point does someone like Thiel need to accept that maybe his guy isn't going to pull it off? But that being said, it doesn't mean he's not going to. So Peter Thiel in Ohio said he was done putting money into J.D. Vance's race. And then Vance got the Trump endorsement. He saw some momentum, and then Thiel put in about $5 million more than what he had originally planned. And we could see that happen in Arizona. If Masters somehow gets more momentum in the coming weeks, I don't think it would be shocking to see Thiel get involved. And there's an idea that even though Thiel isn't cutting checks at this point, he is sort of helping facilitate some donations to the super PAC that he was working with before.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt Republicans want the Senate seat. So I think that if he starts showing any signs of life, they'll get in. All right, we're going to get into the sort of head-to-head Senate race in a bit, but I want to start by talking about the Inflation Reduction Act. We did this group last week, so, it was kind of top of mind. We're in this big string of legislative wins for the Biden administration, and pundits talk about how wins like this can certainly change the narrative that Biden is stuck in neutral. But this group was not enthusiastic at all, even though a lot of them voted for Biden. Let's listen.
I've been a lifelong Republican, and I will admit some of the Democratic ideas are awesome sounding. Free Medicare, free healthcare and everything. But again, it's not realistic how you pay for it. I mean, it's a dream world.
They're hiding things in it, and we don't get to see it all. They pass all these things where it's, I'm going to pay this to my cousin, this to my niece, this to grandma and grandpa, and make sure that I'm taken care of, and the American people be damned. And that's why politics is such a dirty bird right now, and I just don't know how to fix it.
One of the provisions in it is reducing prescription costs, but it's kind of like a hidden way that they're doing it. I forget exactly what it is about it. They're not incentivizing companies. As I understand it, they're giving them some sort of a subsidy or something to reduce the cost or whatever. So the government's paying for it, but the government is us. But you're not going to pay for it on your individual bill when you go to CVS or Walgreens. What's the difference where you pay it? You paid it, but it looks good in politics. Hey, your prices went down. Yes, but my taxes went up.
Okay, so the somewhat negative reaction to the Inflation Reduction Act reminds me of a point that I like to make about a lot of these swing voters in these key states that sort of put Biden over the edge. So this group is a mixed group of people who voted for Biden or who went third party or just like wrote somebody in. And so they are institutionally still kind of Republicans. And we see this in a lot of the swing voter groups. They identify many of them, not all of them, but many of them still as Republicans who just couldn't get over the hump with Trump. They just thought he was a jerk, but they are not fans of Democratic policy. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what they were saying. And none of them said that they were enthusiastic about voting for Biden. Maybe one of them did, but yeah, when they were asked about why they had voted for Biden, it was, for the most part, they decided he was a bully, or, they decided they could no longer support him, but that with Biden, they were essentially holding their nose. And yeah, and the Inflation Reduction Act, I mean, over and over, we heard from them that, yeah, the federal government is claiming that they're reducing costs for us, but our taxes are going to go up. And as we heard from this one guy, he called it a dream world the Democrats were living in by passing these plans. And they were very much of the idea that, this is not actually going to help them. The Biden administration shouldn't have gone this far. And then in terms of the student loan forgiveness, they were asked who supported it, and nobody raised their hand. None of them got behind that either. The policies being passed by the Biden administration are not doing any favors with those people to win them back over.
I mean, it's a question ultimately of strategy, right? Like a lot of the polling numbers that have been so low for Biden are because he's doing poorly with Democrats and sort of left-leaning independents. And that's not who these people are. And so these are those swing voters. And you can hear in the group how down they were on Biden. And according to an Emerson College poll from a couple of weeks ago, Biden's approval rating in Arizona is around 40%, which is actually better than it's been. And that's close to the current national average of 42%. When we asked this group to give Biden a grade, the group was split evenly between C, D, and F. And I'm going to throw in one other thing here, that it's not the first time this has happened. In fact, it's the second time it's happened in a row where we've got a group, they're down on Biden. They're not loving their Republican nominees necessarily, but they're open to voting for Republicans. But when you ask them head to head in 24, Biden and Trump, like half this group went Trump.
Yeah.
People who didn't vote for him in 20, did that surprise you as much as, because now I've seen it a couple times. It's actually pretty surprising to me.
Oh, yeah. So none of them said they wanted to see Biden run again in 24. And then, yes, more than half of them, so I think it was 5 out of the 9, said they would vote for Trump and a Trump-Biden rematch. And of course, pressed on which Republican they wanted to see on the ballot, most did not want to see Trump. I think all of them said they would prefer to see someone besides Trump. But these people, they thought in 2020 they were voting for the lesser of two evils. And it seems like even now in the 2022 election, when you ask them about statewide candidates on the ballot, when you ask them about Mark Kelly and Blake Masters, they're still expressing the sentiment that they don't really like either of them, that they, can't get behind the Democratic Party fully, but Republicans, it keeps coming back to personality issues and describing candidates, in this case Blake Masters, as shady or someone who can't be trusted. And so it seems like these voters are really unwilling to be enthusiastic about either party at this point.
Yeah, and if you're Biden, and this is the dynamic, is there anything he can do to help these Democrats in these swing states that have a lot of these swing voters? Do you think he should be doing something different to help with swing voters?
Well, I think what he should be doing, and it seems like what someone like Mark Kelly would want him to do, is to stay out of the picture. You have a number of Democratic incumbent candidates who have not wanted to answer the question of whether they're going to campaign with Biden. And Mark Kelly is one of those. And, Mark Kelly's campaign has tried to go out of their way to show examples of when he has opposed the Biden administration. They did that on the Title 42 with Biden wanting to end the program that Trump started that allowed an expedited deportation process effectively, or not letting people come into the country who are showing up at the border. And Mark Kelly has voted with Republicans in recent months on trying to preserve that provision. And he is trying, despite having a voting record that is pretty close with Biden's agenda, he's trying to pull out every example he possibly can to assure people that he wouldn't be a rubber stamp for Biden. And so I think at this point, Biden probably doesn't need to announce a rally in Tucson anytime soon.
Yeah. So let's talk about Mark Kelly. So he's running for a full term. His first foray into politics was as an advocate for gun control after his wife, Gabby Giffords, was shot. And one person in this, actually not in this group, but in a different Flipper group, mentioned his commitment to her as part of the positive overall impression of him. And one of the things that we've seen now, we've all been talking about it in the polling, this kind of anomaly where a lot of these Senate races, the dissatisfaction with Biden isn't necessarily translating to hurt the Senate candidates. And I would put Mark Kelly in that bucket. And so let's listen to this group and how they talked about Mark Kelly.
I think we need the Republican vote in the Senate. The Blake Masters is not the Republican vote that I want there. Or at least he's not the guy with the Republican vote that I want there. So it falls back on, I got to go with Kelly. I don't like Kelly for a lot of reasons. He's anti-gun and so on for obvious reasons. Sure, but he's the lesser of two evils here, and I got to go with him. He seems more of the diplomatic type. Blake Masters doesn't strike me as the diplomatic type.
I look at Mark Kelly and it hurts. I see that the vote could really be used in the Republican side in the Senate. But at the same time, I can't sit there and say, okay, Mark Kelly did anything bad in his 2 years, if that makes sense. He kind of wasted it, in my opinion. He co-sponsored a bill that microchipped one, but that just, and you waited until right before election time and you throw it out there and you claim it feels like he wasted his 2 years. It's the same thing that McSally did 2 years ago. She wasted her term.
I think he's a politician. As much as he tried to claim that I was an astronaut, I was a Navy pilot, he's learned how to shake hands and kiss babies and to play the political game, which is why he did the microchip thing just before the election, so that his name is in the news before it. And so I like him more than I like the mystery of Masters, I guess is what I'm trying to sum it up as. Better the evil you know than the evil you don't know.
I just don't trust Blake Masters and Kelly, and I can't speak to his resume of his accomplishments, and it sounds like there's not much, but I'd rather have someone in office that's somewhat inactive versus someone that could really cause a lot of trouble. I've worked, over the years, and there's been some boards sometimes that want to just make change to do something, and I'd rather have someone not do something and keep it kind of level and hopefully trustworthy, and so I would go that way.
If there was a drinking game called Lesser of Two Evils during focus groups, everybody in my office would have alcohol poisoning, especially in a lot of these swing states, because that is like the number one reason that people give for why they can sort of live with some of these candidates. And like I was talking about before, Biden's at 40% in Arizona. Mark Kelly has been pretty consistent, leading about 46, 43 in the Real Clear Politics average. And so what I was hearing clearly from swing voters who said that they were going to vote for him was like, I don't know, devil you know versus devil you don't know. But do you get the sense that there's some sort of like positive sentiment for Kelly out in Arizona?
Yeah, and I think even Republicans will concede. Republican strategists will say, well, he has a compelling story. His resume is impressive to people. Unlike Blake Masters, he has served in the military. He has been an astronaut. He isn't 35 years old like Blake Masters. And so I think, when you put the two next to each other, and certainly when you're watching ads on TV where, one side is clipping the other, and really the Republicans haven't been running videos of Mark Kelly like the Democrats have, because Mark Kelly hasn't given them much to work with. But when, folks are watching these videos of Blake Masters going off about how terrible all the Army generals are, or we need to privatize Social Security, or talking about abortion, I mean, it's very off-putting. And the folks in this focus group, that's what they said. They described him as someone that they didn't really understand, and they didn't totally get him. And they thought he was shady, and they couldn't trust him. And so I think ultimately that's going to be a problem for Blake Masters. It's something that his campaign and the Republicans have sought to try to overcome. He brought his wife and his kids into ads to try to soften his image, and he's tried to temper what he previously said about wanting to see abortions banned pretty widely. And he, of course, has backtracked on what he said about privatizing Medicare. And so he's doing what he can to try to win back some of these people who think he's a total weirdo. But ultimately, the clips speak for themselves, and the Democrats are going to keep spending millions of dollars to let people hear from him in his own words.
Can we just have a quick sidebar? Because something I keep wanting to say to people is, people are like, oh, there's so much money being spent on ads, and ads don't really work, whatever. Man, in these focus groups, I cannot tell you how often people reference an ad that they saw and either are like, I went and checked it out, I went and ran it down. But like, how important do you think sort of the ads and that ad war is for defining candidates?
I think it's important. Like, multiple people in this focus group referenced ads they've seen of Blake Masters talking about cutting Social Security, or that's where they found out what he thought about abortion. They were asked, does anyone know, that he changed his website to remove some of his abortion policy? Nobody knew about that. Like, nobody knows about what the candidate's website says, or, maybe they'll catch a story here or there on TV or, local news. But these ads are what they're seeing when they turn on their television, and campaigns and committees and super PACs are, of course, upping their digital game. And so people who are on streaming platforms and social media and stuff are also seeing digital ads. But yeah, ads matter, and people are going to continue referencing them because most of these people aren't spending all day like to find out like what his latest policy positions are. And so, yeah, no, of course, ads still matter. And the folks responsible for getting these people elected are spending millions and millions and millions of dollars still on ads.
Yeah. So Blake Masters is running, like, let's get into him. Blake Masters is running this sort of Josh Hawley nationalist conservative thing. Like J.D. Vance, he's, backed by Teal. And so I read one of your articles about this race, and one of your sources compared Masters to Rod Serling from The Twilight Zone. What's that about?
Yeah. So, like, particularly during the primary campaign, he was posting these videos of him standing in the middle of the desert with like just very strange music in the background, talking about basically the apocalypse is at hand, and the country is completely going to shit, and we need this 35-year-old guy to step in and help change things. And that in itself, stylistically, I remember even during the primary, Republicans commenting on how like weird of a choice it was by Blake and his team. And Blake played a big role in deciding, what his creative was going to be like, what his tweets are going to say, still runs his own Twitter account. So like, this is somebody who you can see his thumbprint was really on the content his campaign was putting out. And it did seem a little weird. And Jen Lehman's campaign tried to run with that and let people know, this guy isn't really like us. But Blake Masters is trying to do something that so far not a ton of folks in elected office are doing. You mentioned Holly, but it's basically, you know, a more millennial, potentially like a very young Gen X movement that is trying to rebrand the conservative party. And one of the folks in this focus group, I remember, said it seemed like he's kind of old fashioned and outdated in his beliefs on family and women and stuff like that. And someone like Blake Masters isn't running on a platform of like feminism and modernity. He's running on a platform of like, let's go back to how things used to be. Let's go back to being able to sustain a family on a single income. So, you know, like the mother can stay home. And it's definitely a different flavor of conservatism than what we've heard in past decades from most folks.
And can I just add, it's a different flavor even than Trump. Like Trump, one of the things that he sort of had going for him that I think is underappreciated, but I try to reference a lot because I think it was important, is that Trump was perceived by a lot of these sort of like secular white working class voters as a cultural moderate. And that they actually think sort of the Mike Pence, more socially conservative disposition is kind of weird and not really for them. And so both the guys who are getting the Teal money, Blake Masters and JD Vance, are running these like kind of weird throwback, very socially conservative campaigns. Also, like Peter Thiel's like this gay tech bro. So like what is Peter Thiel's like, what does he want the GOP to be? Because we lump them in with Trump, but it's not the same actually.
Yeah, for Peter Thiel, it's like, I think someone with that kind of money who's looking out for his own interest and his own ability to influence the Republican Party and have a legacy there. Like he's going to use who's available. And in this case, he had two young guys who have demonstrated their loyalty to him through working with him, through seeing him as a mentor. And so, yeah, it's at this point, I think there's sort of this, you know, a little bit of a dance there because, yeah, on some of the social issues, what Masters and Vance are articulating are not likely what Peter Thiel believes, but, you know, these are guys that he can use to apparently achieve an end and is willing to put money behind them. And it seems like he is thinking about this, you know, as a money strategy. Otherwise, he probably would have just given them both blank checks and continued to throw money at their campaigns, even as they've struggled throughout the summer and have been trailing in the polls. And a lot of ink has been spilt on covering Peter Thiel and trying to get in the mind of Peter Thiel. And like that is, that's its own podcast episode. But at this point, yeah, you're exactly right. I think if Blake Masters, if JD Vance are elected, it seems like right away there could be issues that they are at odds with Thiel on. Like if they're voting on codifying same-sex marriage, you know, like how's that going to go? What are Vance and Masters going to do at that point?
I don't know. Great question. Okay, we're going to get into Blake Masters and what these voters thought. So everybody kind of buckle up for how these voters were talking about Blake Masters.
My impression of Blake Masters is that he could be as dangerous to Arizona as Trump was near the end of his term. And of course, Trump supports him, so figure it out. But some of his views on abortion, his views on privatizing Social Security, I have a feeling, I get the impression anyway, that he is very, how am I going to say this without insulting people? Very old school. It seems like the way he is about families and with his wife and so on, he seems very not contemporary. And I think that's a step back with how the world is today. And I have a problem with someone like that. His whole thing about, you know, he's anti-abortion, including the life of the mother. So my lover, my wife, my daughter, my whoever gets raped, she gets pregnant, so she has to have the baby because, oh, well, that happened, that police couldn't protect her from some predator? I don't think so. Not going to happen.
I feel he's a puppet. I don't know if I know who Blake Masters is other than what the media wants me to think of he is, whether or not it's a Kelly ad or a Masters ad. I don't know who he is and how he would represent me from the state of Arizona, because I think if the wind blew one way, he'd say one thing. If it blew another way, I don't know who he is as a person or a politician at all. So I have no faith in him because of that.
He is not my choice at all. I just think he can't be trusted. I like the blowing with the wind kind of concept. I think he is just like Trump in some cases. So no, I'm not a fan.
I've just seen the ads on TV. I've learned a lot from everybody, like what they've been saying about him. You know, he seems very fixed on the views that he does have, and not very, what's the word? Flexible, I guess. He's set in his ways. I'm still undecided on if I'm going to vote for him. The whole abortion thing. Somebody said that he went on his website and completely took off information. What did he take off? What was he so strong about? And now he's not, I would love to hear more and research more on him.
Some of this is due to the TV ads you see with all his quotes and everything. And, I just sit there and I'm like, okay, it's a soundbite. It's highly edited. But I mean, we've reached double digits on very questionable things he said. How many misspoken does the guy have before he starts? Well, he did make the comment about he's strong on abortion one way with no exceptions. And then when he realizes that it doesn't work well for his campaign, he goes back and whitewashes his website of everything. His comments about the Unabomber, his comments about, there's just so many, the military leadership, privatizing Social Security. But it's just one thing after another. And it's at what point is this guy is not, he's shady. There's something about him that's shady. He's young too. He's only 35 years old. I'm older than the guy.
I think when people are bringing up your comments about the Unabomber in focus group, that's not where you want to be.
It's not great. No.
That's not great. But what's interesting to me is, it sounds like people are upset by Masters sort of flip-flopping, not having a strong sense of who he is. But it was the abortion views that were woven throughout the discussion as hits against him. And you reported back in early September on how abortion, is hurting a lot of these Republican Senate candidates, including Masters, among women. That's definitely something you're seeing?
Yeah, it's something we're seeing. And I think at this point, it is what it is. Republicans have said what they want to say about it. They'll continue to be asked about it, but they're desperately trying to change the subject. And so what we saw sort of in August was a number of these Republican candidates having to for the record, let's clarify, I don't actually, want to end all abortions. And, the things I said when I was trying to get elected in the primary about abortion, I don't really mean, what I actually think is that the state should just decide. And so let's change the subject and move on. And Democrats, of course, are saying absolutely not. We're going to keep reminding people that, you have expressed support for federal abortion bans in the past. In the case of some Republican candidates in competitive states, they're saying they support Lindsey Graham's abortion bill. We've seen some mixed reactions to that. But yeah, it's definitely a problem. In Arizona, I was talking to Chuck Coughlin. He's a Republican consultant and he has a polling firm. And they polled the abortion issue and found that overwhelmingly, the unaffiliated voting bloc, which is about a third of the voters in Arizona, and with women, they by and large were siding with Democrats on the issue of abortion. And I think Masters has been able to somewhat try to explain his way out of some of his more rigid views he expressed in the last year by saying, actually, I think this should just be a third trimester ban at the federal level. And it seemed like he was going somewhere with that and was able to articulate that, the vast majority of Americans actually aren't really opposed to having late-term abortion bans. But then when Graham came and introduced this bill at 15 weeks and Masters said he would get behind it, it seemed like he was contradicting what he had previously said. And it just gave Democrats a lane to highlight how some of these Republicans are all over the place and they don't really know what to say. And even on Blake Masters' own campaign, his campaign spokesperson retweeted an account making fun of how stupid Lindsey Graham was for introducing this bill during the election. So it goes to show you that these guys are sort of all over the place right now with how to talk about this.
Yeah, just since you're bringing up the Lindsey Graham bill, we asked the group about this. And, the bill's obviously sort of DOA in the Senate, and it's kind of a weird move. But I think it was still interesting what these voters had to say about it. Let's listen.
If we're going to penalize the doctors for performing this thing and then lock them up or do whatever, we already have a shortage of so many medical professionals. And we're going to cause there to be a deficit of people that are willing to go into medicine.
I would support it, but I'm pro-life, but yet I do believe it's the woman's right. And, religiously, however you believe, what your choice would be, I think it all lies with a woman's right. And what I don't understand, what everyone's up in arms is, I don't agree. I think the federal government should be out of it. I have no problem with it going back to states.
a lot of the basis of the decision behind this abortion thing is religion based. I mean, if you are of a certain religious belief, then you believe that there's no condition under which abortion should be done. If you're another religious belief, then you're okay with anything. And I think that that's a problem because by overturning the Supreme Court, by overturning Roe v. Wade, it's making government act on a religious subject. And religion and government are supposed to be a separation of church and state. So I have a problem with that. When you try to impose one or the other, I think there should just be no rule on it. It's turning too religious. Politics is becoming a matter of involving too much of that.
So, Natalie, I want you to think through something with me. I don't expect you to have an answer on this because I have been struggling with it throughout these focus groups with swing voters since the abortion ruling came down, which is this. You watch the focus group. When we ask how people feel about what's going on in the country, they do not mention abortion. They talk about inflation. They talk about their 401ks. They talk often about crime. And these economic issues are so front of mind. And it's a big part of the reason that they're so down on Biden. But then when you ask specifically about abortion, or you get into the specific Senate candidates, they have a real sense of urgency on the issue. And they are more typically pro-choice than they are pro-life. I hear this all the time, this same comment. It is, I'm pro-life, but I believe in a woman's right to choose. I can't tell you how many people have that opinion. But this election is sort of going to come down, I think, to whether or not people ultimately prioritize the economy. And that's what they're talking about sort of organically up front. Or when they look at these individual candidates, they just think they're too extreme in large part because of abortion, and they go ahead and vote for Democrats. How do you think about that?
That is the huge question. That is why, us political reporters are frantically combing through voter registration data in various states, trying to dissect, party registration and demographics to get any breadcrumbs we can about what the abortion news this summer is going to mean for the fall election. And so far, what we're seeing is, again, Democrats have had some success with registering voters based on this issue, with registering young women and things like that. But big picture, it still hasn't really made up for the gains that Republicans have seen over the last year, as a whole. And so, the question is, can Democrats sustain momentum? As you noted, when you ask people about the state of the country, about how they're feeling with their life, they're not going to abortion. And so there really isn't a particularly obvious or compelling piece of evidence that shows people are going to vote solely on the issue of abortion this fall. And I think a lot of it we won't know until the time, but it just makes it all the more stunning that Lindsey Graham introduced this bill at the time that he did, when some of his colleagues in tight races or who are running to try to join the Senate are basically having to twist themselves in knots right now to get past the abortion question, to not have to be talking about it. Republican strategists know that is the last thing their Senate candidates should be talking about now.
They went so far as to put migrants on planes and fly them to Martha's Vineyard to do anything they could to change the conversation to immigration and away from abortion.
They would much rather be talking about immigration, yes.
Even if a lot of people on the left think you guys did a terrible thing, which I agree with, they're I'll take that conversation any day over this abortion conversation. Because again, one of the things that's clear is on so many issues, when you listen to people, they don't have a fully formed opinion on a lot of stuff, or they're not sure, or they don't know that much about it. Abortion is an issue that everyone has an opinion on, and they've developed it for a long time. And it really ties directly into the kind of candidates that they would see as extreme, which, is interesting just because a lot of these candidates are extreme in many other ways, not just abortion, whether it was their election deniers or Joe Biden's not a legitimate president or January 6th supporting, that kind of stuff. But really what people kind of can attach to is the abortion decision. So
yeah, but that being said, though, people, they have a feeling about abortion. It's something they understand. It's not, this really, mysterious policy idea. But you find really very few people who are totally pro-choice or totally anti-abortion. People have feelings on it and they know how they feel about it, but there is this sort of gray area. So many people fall in the middle where it's oh yeah, I'm pro-life, but, or I believe women should have the right to choose. But I think that there could be reasonable restrictions late in pregnancy. And I think a lot of the polling has shown when you really ask people in a nuanced way, most people aren't super black and white on like, I'm all in for abortion or I'm all against abortion. I mean, do you think in any way that could make it just less of a major issue for people if they feel like they fall in the middle anyway?
So that is what I thought before. One of the things I've been open about on this podcast is I was unsure, but I was a bit of a skeptic. When the leak happened, I was like, I'm just not sure it's going to have this huge impact. And the reason is that I had done hundreds of these groups where I've asked people what's going on in the country, and like nobody mentions abortion and they all mention in the economy. I didn't see it as a huge game changer. And I've revised my opinion on that just because of the evidence that we're seeing. But I think it's clear that what Lindsey Graham was trying to do, right, was to stake out that middle ground. We're so polarized on so many issues. People are actually all kind of on the same page. They identify pro-life, pro-choice, and then they all have their caveats. And their caveats all put them roughly in the same spot. And I think that's what Lindsey Graham was going for. The problem, and the reason I think he read it wrong, is that after a summer in which the narrative is Republicans are trying to ban abortion, what Republicans wanted was to just stop talking about it, period, and literally talk about something else. And instead, Graham, A, continued the conversation, and B, I think what voters hear is just like more abortion ban, right? They don't necessarily have a great sense of the particulars. So, okay. So in the head-to-head, we always do this thing where my moderator, Megan, basically is like, you have to choose, elections tomorrow. 7 went for Kelly and 2 went for Masters, which I would say in a group where I believe 6 voted for Biden and 3 wrote people in or went third party. That's a pretty good outcome, especially where 5 of them would vote for Trump. I would say that's a good result for Kelly. But let's listen to the 2 people who would vote for Masters.
I kind of like the fact that he's contemporary, old school family values, it seems. And I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe he'll bring something different to it because he's young with those old school family values. I'm thinking if he gets in with the Republican Party, the thing about the Republicans is they had the House and the Senate once before, and they blew it because they couldn't come together. Unlike the Democrats, who seem to be able to come together and make all this stuff happen. I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe if he gets his ass in there and can fall and I guess it's bad to say rank and file with the Republicans, but maybe because he's young, he'll go in and he'll follow the other Republican and get something overturned that Biden has overturned. But right now, at this point, he's what we got. I can't say I'm a big fan of his, but I'm going to vote for him because I'm not going to vote for Mark Kelly.
The main thing for me, living in Tucson, Mark Kelly is someone that I would definitely not be voting for. I can't tell you a single thing that he's done for the state. And that's kind of unusual for someone who's been in office. I think he claimed all these things that he was going to do. I don't see a successful single thing.
So, a couple people just not going to get there on Mark Kelly. Those 2 people in the group, very down on sort of Democrats overall. So just to close it out, I want to talk just very briefly about Kari Lake, who's the TV anchor turned election denier running for governor. So she's been running ahead of Masters in almost all of the public polls, not by a ton, but that would suggest there are people willing to vote for Kelly and Lake. And
so, like one of the guys in this group.
One of the guys in the group. Let's listen to one of our potential Lake Kelly voters talking about the governor's race.
I didn't want to see Kari Lake, really. I mean, I saw her on the news, and I didn't watch her every day, but I know that's where she came from, and there were some of those stances that were like the election denier. It wasn't a lot, but it was enough that I wanted Karen Taylor Robson to win. That being said, I like her better than Katie Hobbs. And I honestly, I don't know a lot about Katie Hobbs. I didn't know she was Secretary of State. I remember her being mayor of Phoenix. I just don't know a lot about her, to be honest.
So, Natalie, it kills me personally to hear this and realize it, but I think there are going to be voters like this that think that what she's saying about the election is like, whatever, but they're going to vote for her anyway. So you're covering a bunch of the Senate candidates who deny or question the 2020 election. Do you think that's hurting these candidates as much as one would think?
Well, the moderator asked, is Kari Lake saying the election was stolen, a strike against her? And this group, they were pretty split on it. I think there were maybe 5 who said it was, and then there were 4 who said no, it isn't necessarily that. And we're seeing the issue of election denialism. It's not at the forefront anymore of the general election. Like, yeah, Democrats throw it out, but like, it's much more compelling to go after someone for their stance on abortion, or for wanting to privatize Social Security, or for, really any other number of things other than talking about like threats to democracy. Like, yes, in theory, people might say like they're concerned about it, but when you're watching these TV ads, the Democrats are not spending tens of millions of dollars in these states to say, like, J.D. Vance said the election was stolen from Trump, or Herschel Walker can't decide what he thinks about the 2020 election. It's much more compelling to say J.D. Vance is a San Francisco elite who has never done anything to help Ohio, or Herschel Walker held a gun to his wife's head. And so it's just this idea of like someone being an election denier is, it could be a liability for some people, like, some folks in this group, but it doesn't seem like it's the foremost issue that Democrats can use against Republicans.
I will tell you, having sat through a lot of these and always asking that question, I totally agree with that assessment. And if I was advising one of these candidates, as much as I am, I put democracy at sort of the center of the work that I do, but like, that is not the thing moving voters. I want to ask you sort of one shop question, though, since you're, a reporter who has to cover a lot of people who are with these election deniers. Like, how do you do that in an impartial way, but also say the election wasn't stolen? How hard is that? That's got to be new for reporters these, of the last couple of years.
Yeah. And I think obviously during the Trump administration, you saw a number of news outlets, announce that they were going to start saying that election officials were lying, whereas previously maybe they would tiptoe around. Like, certainly all of us include the caveat that, these claims of a stolen election or illegitimate presidency are disproven and they're false. But at the same time, you can't ignore that people think this and believe this. And so, you have to explain what they're saying, and you have to explain that they're doing it because they're sucking up to Trump, and you have to explain that they need Trump in order to make it as a figure in the Republican Party. At least still at this point, that could always change, and it could be on its way to changing, but that's all context that we have to put in there. But the bottom line, I think, is that, talking about someone being an election denier, as you said, it's not what people care about the most. I wasn't living in DC on the January 6th attacks. I was still in Nashville then. It was really interesting watching the Twitter accounts of the DC and the New York reporters and things like that, because people like outside of those bubbles like didn't spend the following month talking about January 6th. Like, people were not sitting around the dinner table or out with friends talking about January 6th. And I think, like, for the most part, the people who are in this focus group, sure, maybe in theory they have a problem with it, but like January 6th threats to democracy are just not as much of a problem in their mind as how much they're paying, or the idea that abortion could go away or something like that.
Natalie Allison, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. And thank you for listening to another episode of the Focus Group podcast. Tell your friends about it. Tell them they should sign up for Bulwark Plus. But we will be back next week. We'll see you then.
Thanks, Sarah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and this week we are headed once again to America's Dairyland, Wisconsin. Since we last talked about Wisconsin, the Trump-endorsed businessman Tim Michels won the Republican primary to face Democratic incumbent Governor Tony Evers. And there have been a rash of polls showing that Democrat Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes has a real shot against GOP Senator Ron Johnson. But one thing hasn't changed. Wisconsin is still an evenly divided and crucial state this election cycle. So for this week's group, we took the temperature of a bunch of Wisconsin swing voters, all of whom voted for Trump in 2016 and Biden in 2020. Once again, I am joined by the Bulwark's the one, the only person I know from Wisconsin, Charlie Sykes. Hey, Charlie, thanks for being here.
Well, it is great to talk about the cheeseheads. Good to be back.
So what is it like up there in Wisconsin right now? Like, what's the vibe?
Oh, man.
Is it like fall? Is it nice? Like, what's happening?
It is fall. Over the weekend, I was down in Austin, Texas, where it was 98 degrees, and come back here, and it is a hardcore fall temperature in the 50s.
Sounds great.
Wisconsin, it's September, October. What can I say?
Are those like your best months? Is that like when Wisconsin really shines?
Well, no, we have about 6 weeks of great summer. Those are our best months.
Okay.
That's just me.
Got it. Okay. So this is your third time on the show to talk about Wisconsin. You know more about it than anybody else that I know. But before we talk about Wisconsin, I'm sorry, we just have to quickly talk about Florida. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This was the first group we had done since the Ron DeSantis immigration stunt. And so we didn't want to miss an opportunity to ask these swing voters what they thought about that. And immigration is now sort of back on the top of people's radars. It's even been eclipsing abortion as the top Google search. And it's mainly because of this Ron DeSantis Martha's Vineyard stunt. Immigration kind of popped up at the top of the group with one guy bringing it up. Nobody mentioned abortion. And we found that this group did not like the DeSantis stunt. They really didn't like it. But some of them still said they wanted to see more of a focus on the border from Biden. So let's listen.
It's absolutely pathetic. I mean, I understand I don't really understand the message he's trying to send, but like, this is everybody's problem. They're human beings. Like, I don't care what country they're from. That is very much the state of the Republican Party. It's going to be Trump or it's going to be DeSantis. That will be your choice as a Republican voter. It's horrible. I don't have anything else to say other than that.
I mentioned before that, Biden I wasn't the biggest fan. And still, the thing with immigration is, if I remember, he asked Vice President Harris to take control, go down to the border, let's fix this. And it's been 2 years now, and I don't think anything's changed. If anything, it's gotten worse. So we have a lack of a national focus on what's going on with immigration. So these guys, Abbott, they're just taking themselves and just saying, well, let's do this because it doesn't really matter. No one cares. So I'm going to do this just to spite you. So it's to me a lack of national focus on what we're supposed to be doing. What's the issue? I mean, do we have a policy or don't we have a policy? And I don't see anything.
I just feel bad for these people because I think this is all sick, just using these people as political pawns. These are people, and they don't know better because they just want to be here because they think we are the best country ever. Their situation is terrible. And, DeSantis and Abbott are just using it as just trash that they can throw aside and to make a point. And it just makes me feel really bad for these people.
So I was very interested to hear what swing voters were going to say about this DeSantis thing, because I could have seen it going either way, but they were pretty firmly mad about it or thought it was a gross thing to do. What did you think about what they said?
No, I thought that was interesting. The juxtaposition of the two positions, that was a manipulative stunt, but also there's a problem at the border. You can hold those thoughts in your head at the same time. And I think that sort of, captures some of the division here in Wisconsin. But it is interesting how this has penetrated through and that people did get the scam element of all of that. We'll have to see how it plays out because these are swing voters. And I was really struck by the fact that these are very, very thoughtful people who have really been locked into the news and had been clearly disillusioned with some of their previous votes and were willing to be more open-minded about it. I don't know how it plays out with the hardcore MAGA voters, the Trump voters in 16 and in 20, the people who are going to turn out and vote for Ron Johnson again, whether or not they see it the same way, I just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect the hardcore Trumpers think it's great. They love all this hardcore trolling using real people in their trolls.
That's
but,
the point.
I'm always interested in these swing voters. And I'll just say about this group in particular, you mentioned that they were a thoughtful group. They were quite a thoughtful group, but they are like most swing voters that we see, these sort of Trump 16, Biden 2020 voters, in that they still are oriented as Republicans. Like they all voted in the Republican primary, but they spent a lot of time lamenting the state of the Republican Party and lamenting the state of the country, how divided we are. This is also like a quality, I think, of the swing voting groups who like changed their vote from 16 to 20, where they're just like, oh my God, what is going on? Let's listen to how they were talking about what a polarized, divided time we live in this country.
To watch that country mourn the loss of their queen and everyone to wait hours and days in line and walk miles, like that really stood out to me. And I'm like, I wish we had that, to be so just concerned that you've lost this person that was a good guiding force in your politics. Like, why can't we have that? I mean, granted, I feel like with the whole MAGA thing, that's kind of where they think they are, but like, why can't we have something like that where we truly respect our politicians and truly respect our president? Because I don't feel like there is any respect anymore.
I'll agree with that, but I don't think because the people don't respect the politicians anymore. It's like, I don't trust them anymore. And I'm seeing this race for governor. I'm seeing this race for Senate. And in Wisconsin, it's like the ads are unbelievable. And there's so much divisiveness right now. Yeah, England came together for their queen. Would we come together for the president? Not in that respect. I really doubt it because there's just too much separation between left and right.
I remember as a kid, 9/11, how we all came together. Like one side of my family loved Bush and the other side hated Bush. But in that time, we knew we had to come together. And if something like that happened now, I don't think the country would come together. Like the country didn't come together for Corona. And I think, the United States hurt because of it. I really wish there was someone that can work, even if they are conservative, that one moment they can come together and work together. And Biden can't do that.
Sometimes I find myself just marinating in the lamentations of the centrist voter because I feel it so hard. But they raise an interesting question. Like, I just wanted to ask you, what do you think would happen if Joe Biden died or Donald Trump died? Like, how would we as a country react to that?
I think that's an excellent question because you really sense that, first of all, the exhaustion with our politics, but also that sense that nothing is going to bring us together. That we're not going to experience anything like the national unity mourning the Queen, that we are just too divided. There is really nothing that's going to pull us together. We didn't come together for COVID-19. It's almost inconceivable to imagine the country coming together after a 9/11 again. And, this is what really struck me about this part of the discussion, how deep that yearning is for some kind of sanity in our politics. And I think that's an underappreciated political phenomenon, not just in Wisconsin, but that people are looking around whatever side of the divide you're on, you're going, this is bad, this is dangerous, this is getting worse. It didn't always have to be this way. I wish I didn't have to argue with members of my family like this. I wish I could turn on television without being absolutely inundated with negative, toxic ads. So this is an interesting question, where those voters go, where those exhausted, disillusioned voters actually end up.
It's weird because it is both a very real phenomenon, but it is one that you hear primarily from this kind of slice of swing voter-ish that is willing to vote for both parties. Like people will say in the more partisan groups, right? If you're just always a Democrat, always a Republican, they'll say we're too divided, but they'll also kind of be like, we shouldn't be so divided, but also everything is that other political party's fault and those jerks and blah, blah, there's something about the swing voters where it's deeper, but I also think that there's a tendency to overestimate how many of these people there are. Like, I think sometimes people like my beloved Larry Hogan will talk about the exhausted majority. And I'm worried that it is an exhausted minority, that there's actually, that it's still like an energized majority on both sides that are hyper partisan. But like, these are our people who are like trying to muddle through, wishing for sort of a kinder, gentler America. But this is where leadership could make a huge difference, right? Is if somebody sort of
tap into this.
Yeah. To tap into this.
That phrase kept popping up as I was watching the focus group. These are our people here. And, just a note about Wisconsin. One of the things that I think has been a fixed reality since probably 2010 has been how small the group of swing voters has been. I mean, our polls don't move very much. I remember when Scott Walker was the governor here, there was virtually no one who was undecided about anything. Mm-hmm. Normally you'd expect that there'd be somewhere between 5 and 10% who'd be undecided. There were a lot of surveys that found virtually nobody was not locked into a position. But also, there is that sort of underwater exhaustion because particularly here in Wisconsin, this has been going on a very, very long time, as you know, and it feels like it's ratcheting up. But you're right. I don't know that it's the majority who is exhausted, but there is a minority, and it might be larger than shows up in the polls. And I think the real big question in a midterm election is how many of those just decide like, screw it and stay home as opposed to vote. And even if there's a small group who just say, screw it and stay home, who are just too exhausted, who just, a pox on both your houses, that could be decisive in a state where our statewide elections are decided by roughly 20,000 votes.
100%. Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about those races. So we'll start with the governor's race. And it's one of the more competitive governor's races in the country. I always talk about how nice people are from Wisconsin. And they were just as nice about Evers, not because they think he's perfect, but because they clearly give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's listen.
I am not decided 100%, but I like, at this point, Evers a little bit better. He hasn't ruined Wisconsin. Wisconsin's fiscally responsible. We don't have pension debt. We don't have any of these other issues that neighboring states might have.
If our legislature would have worked with him on things, we might have got something done.
Again, that's the divisiveness that we always see across the U.S. But regardless, he is getting stuff done. I like his demeanor. He doesn't seem to have the hothead that Trump had. And for some reason, I could definitely see Michaels having that same type of reaction if something were to go wrong.
Oh, I'm probably 98% will be Evers. I mean, he's from my backyard. I mean, he's from Plymouth. He's just resonates Wisconsin. He doesn't have any real air about him.
I think Evers has done a pretty good job. I mean, he came in at probably the worst time anybody could start a new job. I mean, right in the middle of COVID, he was under fire, but it wasn't like the guy had a playbook to follow to know what to do. We were all new to this. And, I guess he didn't tell us to inject bleach. So, that's a plus. I'd kind of forgotten about that gem from the Trump history books.
So this last guy was the one guy in the group who said he would probably vote for Michaels if the election were today. But he was still very cordial and nice about Evers. It's a weird thing for a lot of these swing state governors because on one level, people have been kind of waiting to take their shots at them over COVID and like the way that they didn't like the way a lot of these Democratic governors handled COVID. This group certainly was not particularly down on Evers. So what do you think the mood of the state is on Evers right now?
That was what was most interesting, I think, in the take, because Evers is certainly not charismatic. He's certainly not a strong political figure. I think he was elected in 2018 primarily because he was not Scott Walker, but unlike Scott Walker, he is not a polarizing figure. As you could tell from that focus group, people don't have strong feelings about him. And that may work in his favor because it's hard to gin up, work up, a sense of real outrage about Tony Evers, who again is a kind of a bland figure in many ways. But I noticed the one guy who was thinking of voting for Michaels seemed to really focus on the fact that he likes businessmen in government. But I also noticed how many people perhaps voted for Trump the first time around because they thought that he was a good businessman and we need more businessmen in government, and are now realizing that that did not work out. So I don't know how this one's going to play out. It's going to be very, very close. I think that Michaels is probably not the strongest candidate. Michaels has a lot of baggage. Again, people are not passionate in the need to oust Tony Evers, and I think that probably helps him.
Yeah, I want to jump in here and talk about Michaels. But before I do, you raised something actually. So in every Flipper group, we have an extended conversation at the top where we ask them about why they voted for Donald Trump in 2016. And then, why did they change their vote to Joe Biden in 2020? And these conversations are very consistent. I thought he was a businessman. He wasn't a politician. I thought he told the truth. Then he gets in there and he governs. And they're like, oh, that's not what I wanted. This guy's crazy. This guy's insane. He's embarrassing us on the world stage. And these Flipper voters tend to be very, Donald Trump really burned them and left a lasting impression. And to your point, then I think with Michaels, where he reminds them of Trump and they know that he was endorsed by Trump, that is actually causing them to be much less pro Michaels because he fits an archetype that they've been burned by before. I actually think that's a really smart observation you just made.
Well, and also, and I found this extremely interesting listening to your focus group, the number of them that spontaneously raised a number of the ads that are running on the air. And by the way, here in Wisconsin, we are just being pounded with ads in the governor's race and in the Senate race. So the big question is always, does anything break through? Does it make a difference? There is a new anti-Michaels ad that points out all of the charges of sexual harassment that would have been lodged against his company and the bad record on sexual harassment. And then it asks the question, well, if this is the way, he runs the company, how will he run Wisconsin? And this came up during the focus group. And that tells me again that it is having some traction. And in people's minds, perhaps it is connecting Tim Michaels with some of the downsides of Donald Trump as well.
Yeah. All right. Let's get into it because we have sound from that ad. You're totally right. So let's jump in and let's listen to what these voters had to say about Michaels.
When I first saw I think it was one of his initial ads on television. He's driving this truck. He's got this just an open shirt on. He's got a little bit of growth going on there. He goes, I'm not a politician. I'm a businessman. Blah blah blah. And I'm thinking to myself, this guy sounds pretty good. He sounds sort of Trump-like. Well, of course, then it comes out that, Trump endorsed him. And then he built a model of the wall. That's one of his pillars of strength, that he had a proposal for the wall. But now as it moves forward and I hear some of his other parts of the platform, I'm nonplussed with him. The fact I learned he has $1 million estates outside of Wisconsin. His kids go to special prep schools or whatever it is. I'm not too sure.
I guess I'm on the sides that I don't know as much about Michaels as I probably should. I voted for him in primary just because he's a businessman background. And I mean, we're just got bombarded with ads for him and, Mandela Barnes and Ron Johnson and every other commercial. And one just popped yesterday about Michaels and sexual harassment suits in his business. And I knew nothing about that. So whether that's true or not, that kind of put me on the fence if that's a thing or not.
And of course, Michaels had to parade his wife across the stage and wanted her to have all the attention and made a big deal of saying, oh, everywhere I go, she's with me. Well, I'm thinking, yeah, we know why you're saying that right now because ads are coming out of all the problems that you're having. So great. And I was in real estate for a number of years, and Michaels Construction and their quarries, they're very ruthless in business. They don't really care about the environment, what they do. They just come in and get what they want. Well, that reminds me an awful lot of someone else we don't like. So that's where I'm at.
Michaels sounded great, but then it just he just reminded me of then Ron Johnson and Trump in the beginning. Businessmen, they're going to try and do something different, but then, they aren't what they say. And I used to work in the plumbing field, and I know of Michael, how ruthless he is for just how he got that area down on the south side. It's just, they don't care the pollution that's going into the Milwaukee River from that building at all. It's terrible.
So these attacks on his business practices seem to really be landing.
Yeah.
And I guess since you're there, is it working because people have a lot of context for it? Like, it sounds like these people knew something about his businesses and what they were doing.
Well, I have to say that they knew more about his business than I did. The thing about Tim Michaels, I mean, the company is well known. He himself is not well known. He actually did run for United States Senate back in the day, in the before times. He ran a very mediocre campaign and lost.
It's like 2004, right?
Right. But then he disappeared completely from Wisconsin. He moved out to Connecticut, built himself a multi-million-dollar house and his kids to school out there, and has basically been absent from Wisconsin politics. And so I think what you're seeing now is that he has to reintroduce himself, and he's not well known here in Wisconsin. And because he's been absent for so long, he really is kind of not ready for prime time. He was not particularly impressive during the primary, even though he did win with Trump's endorsement. He has not put together a really stellar campaign. So the Democrats have stolen a march by going after his strength. And I think that's what's so interesting. If his strength is, I am a successful businessman, they have gone right after that and apparently are scoring some points. Whether it makes a difference in the end, I don't know. But again, it's a sign of his vulnerability against a Democratic incumbent who on paper should be quite weak.
Yeah, actually, let's just listen to the ad that they were talking about.
At a company, the culture comes from the top. Tim Michaels' company has been sued numerous times over sexual assault and harassment in the workplace. Women who worked for Michaels' company said they were groped, assaulted, and pressured to have sex with their bosses. Higher-ups at Michaels dismissed the women as liars and even fired those who spoke out. Is that what we need for Wisconsin? Tim Michaels, too radical, too divisive.
Ooh, big yikes.
Yeah, well, that was my reaction to it.
Well, so here's my question about like the experience of the ads, because this, in all the focus groups now, it is funny how two things are true. One, they hate the ads so much. And two, everything they know about any candidate is based on the ads.
Correct.
So like the ads work. The ads are doing important things to define candidates, drive up negatives. Like there's a reason there's an air war on this stuff. But like, what's it like when you're just watching TV and was like
wall to wall to wall to wall? I mean,
terrible.
And they're all, at this point of the campaign, they're all negative. It feels like.
Yeah. At what point do you start to like turn on the candidates just because you can't stand their stupid face in another ad?
See, that's an interesting question. That's why we come back to this question of at what point do voters become exhausted, just disgusted by it? And does that affect turnout? I mean, obviously, it would be in the interests of some of the candidates to just disgust swing voters to the point where they just throw up their hands and decide to sit home. But Wisconsin has pretty high turnout. And look, we're not new to tough campaigns. So I don't know, but we've never seen anything like this. One other point, though. So going back to the point about how Michaels is not well known, one of the reasons why I think that ad is having some effect is there's not this gigantic reservoir of goodwill for him personally. He doesn't have deep roots in the state where a lot of voters would go, okay, that sounds bad, but we know this guy, and therefore we're going to rally around him. If you ran an ad like that against, and I'm sorry to pick a name out of the air here in Wisconsin unfairly, but if you ran an ad like that against, say, Tommy Thompson, legendary former governor here, it wouldn't have the effect because the voters would say, look, he's our guy. We know him. We're willing to cut him some slack. Tim Michaels doesn't have that advantage because he's parachuted in with Trump's endorsement. So it's wide, but not necessarily deep.
And this is actually such a critical part of the contours of any race, because you can look at a bunch of the people that Trump grabbed and like who's kind of withering on the vine and who's doing well. And a lot of the difference tends to be whether or not they have that sense of place or they have a reputation. Yes. Like Carrie Lake is doing much better in Arizona because she is very well known in Arizona. And everybody says it in the focus groups. They're like, well, she's in my living room for 20 years. Right. And so they trust her and they have a relationship with her. Herschel Walker is like beloved in Georgia because he was this longtime football player. That is helping them in ways that for like the Blake Masters or
Dr. Oz.
Yeah, Dr. Oz, that's right. People who are not of the place. It's like underappreciated how much that is part of the story about how these races are shaping up. Okay. So what everybody's been waiting for, though, is the sound on Ron Johnson. We got to talk about this Senate race. the last conversation we had, you and I were 100% on the same page about Mandela Barnes just being a poor fit for this cycle in Wisconsin. But after listening to this group, I'm like, I don't know. I'm moving on this a little bit. And the reason is like, Mandela Barnes through the summer was actually outperforming expectations. But you and I, we talked about this. Like the Republican money's coming, man. They're going to remind people of this guy's activist career. But this group just really is out on Johnson, like the same way that they're out on Trump. Let's listen.
I think I probably voted for the other guy in the primary. I just remember his name because it was a vote against Ron Johnson. He's just nuts. Pardon my psychology here, but he's just nuts. Just, it got to the point where just say nothing, you'd be better off.
It's almost like Trump again, you know. Now it's basically a vote against Ron Johnson, his insanity that has become because of Trump, you know. Ron Johnson seemed like a great candidate. You know, he was the working guy that he'd help clear out all the same old, and the stuff that comes out of his mouth is just insanity. Like, it sounds like it's coming out of my father's mouth, who has no political experience at all, and he literally just randomly picks Republican just because.
I can't vote for Johnson with all those fake ads. His ads are BS, and he's got all these, I don't want to sound racist, but he's got all these black people that he probably hasn't been around 10 black people out of those commercials in his life. I can't do it. And the whole Trump stuff that he was pushing, that agenda, he's nuts.
I mean, nuts, insane. They have some harsh words
and they're
for
not wrong.
Mr. Johnson here. But this is the thing. So is it possible, Charlie, that we have been underestimating just how much people hate Ron Johnson? Like, could Barnes win on Johnson hatred alone?
I have 3 words for you. Waukesha Christmas Parade. And it is not breaking news that Republicans all around the country are pounding the crime issue, but it is really intense here in Wisconsin. And very specifically, if you are in this state, you're going to be hearing wall to wall about the massacre at the Waukesha Christmas Parade, where you had some demented individual with a car who mowed down a number of individuals, killed them, including, the dancing grannies, et cetera. That trial, by the way, is beginning here in Wisconsin now. And the reason it is so toxic is because the guy who killed all the people at the Waukesha Christmas Parade was out on a very, very small cash bail. So the cash bail issue has become the new defund the police here in Wisconsin. And Mandela Barnes is all in abolishing cash bail. And every other ad you see on the air is about Mandela Barnes wanting violent criminals on the street and abolishing cash bail. And he has not backed off from that. And he has tried to counter that by citing support from law enforcement officials. And that has not gone well, because we had a number of them who, law enforcement officials, including sheriffs, who have said, no, I really am not supporting Mandela Barnes, even though I'm listed as doing it. So to your question, I'm sorry, sort of the long way around is, if Mandela Barnes wins this, it will be because of Johnson hatred, because the Johnson is just too embarrassing, too crazy, too extreme, too Trumpy for Wisconsin. And he clearly is a tremendous motivating factor to turn out Democrats. I mean, this is the engine that will turn out voters from Dane County and Milwaukee County. Unlike Tony Evers, who is not offensive, Ron Johnson is the ultimate polarizing figure. So yes, the downside is that Mandela Barnes has taken a lot of positions that are a Oppo researcher's dream. And if you are here, you're just now seeing the boulder rolling down the hill on all of that. So I remain skeptical.
But did it surprise you, like, how much they hated Johnson? Because I will say, and we'll play their sound on Barnes, but like every single one of them said that they were going to vote for Barnes, including our dude who said he was going to vote for Michaels.
I think there were 2 of them that said they were not going to vote.
Oh, that's
yeah,
right.
So
No, you're right. But this was super interesting to me. I actually just tweeted about it. So everyone said they were going to vote for Barnes except for those 2 women. And they both said that they didn't know if they could vote for Barnes, but they were absolutely not going to vote for Ron Johnson, and that they might just leave it blank. And like, how much of that could happen? Like, there's that dynamic where they're like, I'm not going to vote for this Barnes guy, but like, I cannot affirmatively vote for Ron Johnson.
Well, and see, this is why it might be decisive in Wisconsin, because, and we've talked about this before, I mean, Wisconsin politics is about turning out your base in big numbers. But then there are these swing suburban votes, the WOW counties, Waukesha, Ozaukee, Washington County, used to be overwhelmingly Republican. And that's where Donald Trump lost a lot of ground compared to other Republicans in those counties. A lot of those folks did not vote for Donald Trump in 2016. More of them didn't vote for him in 2020, which is really why he lost Wisconsin. But Johnson has done relatively well in those areas. If there is a Trumpist-like fall-off in the vote in the WOW counties and Democrats turn out, that could be fatal for him. So if you do have voters who go, I'm embarrassed by his conspiracy theories, he continues to sound off about COVID, his position on abortion, etc., you could see that. But also, you have to ask yourself, in that last 4 weeks, if their airwaves are just being pounded by crime ads and things like that, they might come home.
They might. I will say, I was so interested listening to this group that I went back and watched the Republican group that you and I talked about previously when we were talking about the primaries. And there were like 3 women in that group who were like, I can't vote for Ron Johnson. Because I remember you and I talked about like how weak he was with these Republicans and how if they'd had a better Democrat, that like absolutely Johnson could get picked off right now.
Right.
But I went back and like refreshed my memory, and they were just totally open to voting for a Democrat. And those were the Republicans, like full on. These are these swing voters, but those were like hardcore Republicans, and they hated Johnson. So I just feel like this could be an upset, but I take your point on the cash bail, but let's listen to what the voters had to say about Barnes, because I will say the cash bail thing didn't come up in their comments. So let's listen.
I'm just really not sure. I know I can't vote for Ron Johnson. I'm not sure Mandela Barnes is qualified. So I know it's not the right thing to do, but I just might not vote for either because I'm not sure.
Not a big Barnes fan because I don't know that he's qualified to be senator. He's been lieutenant governor, which doesn't really do anything, as near as I can tell. So he's young, good looking. That's where he's going to get votes, and he's the anti-Ron Johnson. So that might be where I'm leaning. I haven't really decided yet. Again, those ads are just nonstop, too.
When you look at the ads, there's Ron Johnson running on like fiscal responsibility. We're spending too much. He's going to rein it in. And then you have Mandela Barnes, who talks about his upbringing with his parents that are, working, and he's making a peanut butter sandwich. And it's like the down home type of thing. Right now, I am leaning towards Barnes, and it's probably not 65-35, but probably 70-30 for Barnes at this point in time.
I don't know a lot about what Mandela has done. I don't know a lot about him, I guess. So that would be my hesitation with him, but I know I cannot vote for Ron Johnson.
So, number one, what they seem to know about Mandela Barnes when they talk about him is like the personal story stuff that he was doing over the summer about his family, but they didn't bring up the cash bail attacks from this like barrage of ads that McConnell is running. Did that surprise you?
No, but it made me somewhat skeptical of the uniform support for him, because if you're in Wisconsin, you've seen those and they're a big issue. And there's some other stuff as well. And we should mention these Mitch McConnell ads. There's a potential for backfiring because they're the ones that show Mandela Barnes with the squad, with AOC and with Ilhan Omar, and says, Mandela Barnes, different. And then it morphs into dangerous. Like, wow, that's really subtle, playing the race card. The nice way of putting it is borderline. The more direct way of putting it is it goes beyond a dog whistle. So will that work? But this is a state that is overwhelmingly white, and that they figure they're going to be playing that particular card.
I was watching this group. This group was kind of like a middle-aged group. And there was like a couple of just like very standard old white guys in it. And like one of them was the guy who was like 70-30 going for Barnes. This guy's been a Republican, voted for Trump the first time, like seems to be fine voting for Barnes. And I don't know.
I don't know either. One of the things that I thought was interesting is this group was quite adamant, quite clear about how they felt about Donald Trump. When you asked them how they felt about Joe Biden, some of them were wishy-washy. But if I remember correctly, when they were asked if there was a rematch between Biden and Trump, who would you vote for? And every one of them said Biden. So this is a very, very anti-Trump group. But in Wisconsin, because everything's on a razor's edge, the Democrats need to get every single one of those votes.
Right.
Every single one of them. And so one of the questions I was asking, is there any fallout? And so going back to our previous discussion, I think that there were a lot of voters who were really looking for an invitation to vote for someone other than Johnson. And I guess the big question mark is whether Mandela Barnes is going to be able to fulfill that. I could certainly imagine other Democrats, including more generic Democrats or more centrist Democrats, who I think would have had a better shot. But you're right. I mean, this group was certainly not carrying any water for Ron Johnson, and they clearly have been paying attention to what Johnson's been saying and the way he's been carrying himself.
Okay. I'm sorry to do this to you. Do you know what's about to happen right now?
No.
Okay. So we did Michaels, we did Johnson, we did the races. But now I've just got to talk to you about something that happened in this focus group. That was maybe the most laugh out loud, funny thing that I've ever heard happen in a group where, and I'm just going to play it for you, but then you and I are going to have to talk about it. So just prepare yourself. Let's listen to, as one woman was just sort of winding herself up about the evils that Donald Trump has unleashed on our culture, she started going in this direction.
I'm a teacher, and I feel like once you kind of allow something different, like right now in schools, it's kind of like gender identity and the furries that are in schools. I mean, this is a real thing. Like kids just had a job fair, an education fair, and there were literally probably 15 kids there that were furries. And what has happened to society? Once you allow someone like maybe Trump as president, and then everything he says and does and tweets, and it kind of filters down like to our kids, and you wonder what is going on. Like, it's just a little bit.
What do you mean a furry?
Furry? Oh, well, when I told my 82-year-old mother, I thought she was going to have a heart attack. She's like, you're lying. I go, okay, monkeypox and furries are real, by the way. So she's like
dressed in stuffed animals?
They identify as a cat. They identify as a dog.
Kids identify as cats and dogs?
Yep. They had collars on. They had a leash. I mean, they were.
You physically saw this?
Yes.
Yesterday. I have a special litter box in the bathroom.
Yes. No.
Well, but that's the thing around our school district. It's like, oh, they're going to ask for litter boxes next, and I mean, I've never seen anything, but.
I mean, I didn't see the litter box. I mean, at the schools, I heard about that. It could be a rumor. Like, I literally saw them for the first time yesterday, and I thought, oh no, what is happening with our country?
Oh my God.
It's like a slippery slope. You know what I mean? It's a slippery slope of morals and character. And once you kind of allow that piece, when you think of January 6th, all of a sudden you kind of lose that line of human decency and behavior, that code. You know, like George Washington's like code of conduct rules I have in my classroom. They're amazing. You know, cover your mouth when you yawn. Like, I feel like we have lost that, but I'll stop talking.
No, that's super new to me, but I feel like we'll be here all night if I ask you a bunch of questions about it.
Okay. I mean, obviously, George Washington.
Too early to start the day drinking.
George Washington would definitely not have tolerated furries. I have to ask you: is this a thing that's happening in Wisconsin? Are all of the children, the teenagers, are they dressing up as animals and identifying as cats and dogs? Should I be morally panicked about this?
Well, apparently the litter box is the new same-sex bathroom issue. I don't know. I was particularly struck by not only that she's concerned about the furries, but connecting the dots from furries to Donald Trump and to January 6th. Oh boy. See, this is why, Sarah, you have a different perspective on politics than the rest of us, because you spend time with people who make connections that would never have occurred to us otherwise. And no, I don't think we have a major furry problem in Wisconsin. And however, I do remember growing up that there were kids who would dress like Batman and who would dress like cowboys and dress like, Chewbacca. But I never connected that with the decline of Western civilization.
So I gotta say, I engaged with this just with pure joy because I just thought it is funny. And I also was like, I don't know a lot about furries, but I do know that it is not the same thing as identifying as a cat or a dog.
No.
I'm also quite certain that this thing about them putting litter boxes in schools because people identify as cats is like, gotta be a hoax, or like it happened in one insane place, but like it's not a plague afflicting our land. But like listening to this group of people like engage with her as she was like, no, this is real. Like, this is really happening. And them all being like, wow, kids are identifying as cats or dogs. This is actually a slightly important point that I want to make about the way that
I'm curious now.
It is a tale as old as time that teenagers do weird things and their elders are shocked by them. But this was obviously wrapped up in this idea of like gender identity, and she wasn't trying to like be mean about gender identity. She was going to this next place. But it seems like there's a lot of middle-aged folks who are primed to be horrified by all the newfangled phenomena, much of which is pretty standard. Teens being weird, pushing boundaries. It is not actually like gender identity, like the actual conversation around trans issues. But it's the kind of thing that I think makes people say like, oh yeah, country's really off the rails.
Well, I think that's it. It's that sense that things are falling apart, that there's chaos, so that anything you see that is out of the norm, instead of saying, well, that's, whatever, you go, okay, there's another indication that things are falling apart, that there are these cracks, these fissures. So let me tell you how it's going to play out, Sarah.
Please. About
the furry thing and the litter box. It's going to be multiple segments on the Tucker Carlson show on Fox News about, you think this is a joke, but it's really happening. Why are they doing this? Why does the ACLU want to have mandatory cat litter boxes in every one of your child's classrooms? And within a week, Ron DeSantis is going to be proposing legislation banning litter boxes in public schools in Florida. And then Ron Johnson will be asked about it and he'll say, hey, we're just trying to get to the truth. Just asking questions.
Just asking questions.
About what's in those litter boxes. Just asking questions. I want you to write this down. Charlie is predicting that this is going to be a thing. It's just
Oh, man. Well, that's it. That's your moment of focus group Zen, everybody. Charlie Sykes, this is the last one you have to do until maybe we do a post game, depending. But I really appreciate. I think you're our first three-peat guest. I appreciate you coming, breaking down Wisconsin. It's always a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
And thanks for listening to another week of the Focus Group podcast. Make sure you go leave a comment. And to celebrate Charlie Sykes, I will close by saying, come back next week. We're going to do this all over again. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and this week we are covering the Pennsylvania governor's race. This race is near and dear to my heart for two reasons. One, I grew up in central Pennsylvania, may have mentioned that, and two, this race matters a lot for the future of American democracy. Pennsylvania will have 19 electoral votes in the next presidential election, and neither party can really afford to lose them. The next governor will be responsible for certifying those votes, as will the Secretary of State, who the governor will appoint. Enter Doug Mastriano, the Republican nominee. He's a state senator from central Pennsylvania, about 75 miles from where I grew up. Coincidentally, his rap sheet of craziness is about 75 miles long. There's also Attorney General Josh Shapiro, the Democratic nominee, and a pretty strong favorite at this point. In his two races for Attorney General in 2016 and 2020, he outran both Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden by about 3.5 points. He's currently leading Mastriano by about 10 points in the Real Clear Politics average. There's also a tightening Senate race that could end up as one of the closest in the country and could very well determine control of the Senate. Today, we're going to hear what our last couple of groups of Pennsylvania swing voters think about these races. My guest this week is Holly Otterbein, national political reporter for Politico. She is one of my favorite people to discuss Pennsylvania with. Holly, thanks for being here.
So great to be here again.
Sorry for the long windup, but there's so much going on in Pennsylvania. Do you just feel like you're at the center of it all right now?
I mean, I always am. It's the Keystone State.
Where are you right now? What part of the state are you in?
I'm in Philly. That's where I live.
Yeah. Okay. So, first of all, I know you watched the group. What'd you think? Any big takeaways?
You know, it was really interesting from start to finish. I mean, I think the one thing, if I had to name one, is just that not a single Trump to Biden swing voter is voting for Mastriano in either one of your two groups that I was able to watch. She did one in September and one in August, and there was nary a taker for Mastriano. I mean, that is pretty striking, including some people who, when you guys asked if it was Trump versus Biden again, some of those folks said they would vote for Trump. Even those people said, nope, Mastriano is too much for them.
Yeah. It's funny, when I go home to Pennsylvania, I do see some Mastriano signs. They are often coupled with the Confederate flag. Like, that's a thing that I've seen where it's like a half Mastriano, half Confederate flag.
Yeah, I've seen that. I actually grew up like a few miles above the Maryland border, so Confederate flags were like a staple in my town. I've seen the Mastriano, like, Confederate flag thing.
You are totally right about the fact that we have yet to find a swing voter who is willing to cop to voting for Mastriano. But obviously, some people are going to vote for Mastriano. I mean, he is polling well behind Shapiro, but it's not like he's at 12% or, 20%. So there are clearly people who are fine to vote for him just because he's a Republican, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, what is he polling kind of in like the high 30s, I think most of the time recently. I mean, Shapiro is up by double digits, but you're right. I mean, yeah, he's not polling at 10%. That would be incredibly strange in a state like Pennsylvania. Look, we're like an evenly divided state. I mean, I don't know what you would even have to do to poll that low in Pennsylvania. But yeah, I mean, he has a lot of diehard fans. He won the primary, by a pretty healthy margin. The majority of Republican elected officials in the state have gotten behind him. There are some exceptions here and there, but by and large, at least the state party is behind him, if not, the national folks. And so, yeah, he does have supporters. When you talk to him, a lot of them, bring up, what he did when we were dealing with the pandemic, and he was very opposed to COVID restrictions. They bring up the fact that many of them got to know him through his social media. He's a prolific Facebook user. This is actually part of what enabled him to win in the primary. And it was pretty amazing, given that just like now, he basically had no money in the primary either and wasn't running anything close to a traditional campaign in terms of running TV ads and having a traditional get out the vote operation and everything like that. And he still managed to make it work, I think, in large part because of social media. So those are the kinds of things that I hear from people who support him. And yeah, and then there are, of course, just some who, they just want to vote for a Republican.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're going to talk more about that in just a second, but I do want to do something at the top here. I want to play some sound from the start of the group. So at the start of every focus group we do, we ask people how they think things are going in the country. And I don't often play it because people go on, and it's pretty repetitive, but I thought this one was a little bit interesting. So let's listen.
The whole Roe versus Wade being overturned, that was really upsetting to me, because a lot of people feel like, oh, it's about killing babies, it's about doing this. It's not. It's about women having the right to choose, because you're basically saying that a baby has more power than the mother does. So regardless of whether or not I think that abortion is right or wrong, I feel like some of the directions they're going is definitely not right. And I think it's really important that people be allowed to choose for themselves. And I think it's a huge step backwards in women's rights, because it's giving the government more control over our bodies. It's one thing to say, hey, we're not okay with abortions, and another for women to be, scared of telling their doctors when they had their last period because, they don't want there to be any stuff. Like, I think I heard one person or a few people saying that, like, even if you had a miscarriage, you could be jailed for it because they'd consider it, like an abortion. And I just don't think that's right.
I believe women should have the right to choose if they want an abortion or just the way, their bodies are. That kind of surprised me. But I also was kind of upset about what President Biden did recently. He forgave all the loans, and I really scrimped and I saved and I sacrificed my home, my car. I drove a crappy car for years, and I paid my loans, and I paid thousands of dollars for my loans. And, I'm really angry about that.
I'm 57. I come from a family that's very diehard Republican, and it doesn't matter who's elected or, if like a buffoon like Ted Cruz is speaking or, Donald Trump or Mehmet Oz. It's just very discouraging. And I live right in the suburbs. I work in Center City. It's a very precarious time. And it's not just for us in Philadelphia, although Philadelphia is, in my opinion, a very good example of how everybody's going to blame it on the Democratic Party and Kasner. And, I think Kasner's horrible. I think the leadership in Philadelphia is horrendous. But it's just a very sad time.
All right. So there's a lot of general unease with how things are going in the country. There's a bunch of things to drill down on in there. The swing voters tend to be the ones who are the most annoyed about Biden's student loan forgiveness. Like, even Trump voters often aren't as mad about it as the swing voters.
Yeah.
But what was interesting to me, and people who listen to this podcast regularly know there's this dynamic I've been kind of harping on, which is that abortion is obviously this major issue. But when you ask the top question of, like, what are you worried about? How are things going in the country? It's always about inflation, crime, the economy, jobs. Very rarely does abortion come up. But it did come up here with a couple of people at the top. And I wondered if you think that the reason that it came up at the top is that Doug Mastriano is so extreme on abortion. He is the most extreme person running, I'm pretty sure. Maybe Herschel Walker is the other one, who is no exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. Is that maybe why it's popping more in Pennsylvania? How have you seen abortion kind of shaping these races?
Yeah, I mean, I've been surprised both watching these focus groups, talking to voters, that abortion has been as big of an issue as it is. I mean, I knew, of course, it was going to factor in, but just given where the economy is, I questioned exactly how it would shake out. And so that stuck out to me too, that people brought it up right at the top when you asked them, how the country was. I think there's a couple things going on. I think it is because Mastriano is so far right on abortion. In your focus group, people were really freaked out about his no exceptions stuff. And, even people who considered themselves pro-life were freaked out about that. Right. So I think that kind of shows just like how conservative he is seen on that issue. And then the other thing that's going on in PA is that whoever is elected governor will determine abortion policy in a way that's not necessarily true in other states. And by that, I mean that if Josh Shapiro is governor, he will veto abortion restrictions. The legislature is now controlled by Republicans, and that's not truly expected to change by any serious analysts. Whereas if Doug Mastriano becomes governor, of course, he will sign abortion restrictions into law. And so there's few races like that where like one race will determine the legality of abortion in Pennsylvania, essentially. And so I think that's maybe also what's going on. At the same time, I mean, we have to bring up the fact that Mastriano, until a day or two ago, had not run a single TV ad in this race. And so those voters that you guys are talking to are just getting bombarded with negative ads about Mastriano, and nobody was challenging it. Like, he just ceded the airwaves to Shapiro. And so maybe if you had Mastriano fighting back on TV in any kind of traditional sense, saying, Shapiro's bad on the economy and he's gonna, govern like Biden, and not help with inflation, then maybe it wouldn't have popped the way that it did.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. It's almost like a perfect political science experiment. It's like,
Yes.
what if one candidate just literally doesn't run ads and the other guy totally gets to define him? How do voters receive that? And I think listening to these voters, that is one of the things that strikes me is how well defined Mastriano is. In fact, I just on this abortion piece, let's listen to how these voters, how clear they understood Mastriano's position on abortion.
Mastriano scares the crap out of me.
He is terrifying.
He terrifies me. He terrifies me.
Yeah.
I have a friend who lost 2 babies, and if he gets in office, what he wants to do is she would have had to carry those babies to term and suffer through it. That's ridiculous.
Should he be elected, Pennsylvania would be in a dire situation. I think that you have women's rights, but let alone you give him a platform, I think that he's just going to turn into some kind of a dictator that is just, it's a scary thought to see what will become of Pennsylvania.
The abortion thing just kills it for me. Don't tell me what I can and can't do. You don't know my situation if that was the case. Who are you to judge me? How, yeah, but I had a one-night stand and got pregnant, I have a 14-year-old daughter and I'm not childbearing ages anymore. So, if something were to happen to her, how do we both survive that? But, would she even know after 6 weeks that she was pregnant? So, don't make a choice for her when she has her whole future ahead of her.
I've been a Republican for 45 years. We don't like the government up in our business. Don't reverse Roe versus Wade. Don't be a Mastranato and say, I'm against abortion. That's about control. It's about controlling women. Don't say the election was fake, that it was fraudulent, when it's been proven over and over and over there was no fraud.
He doesn't even want any. He says none of the exceptions, not even a mother's life at risk.
Yeah, and he's not even like the least bit glib or verbose in his explanation. It's just like, not your body, not your choice. And I don't think abortion is healthcare, but this guy is so far to the right. He scares me.
Whack job.
A lot of them call him names. A lot of them say whack job, nuts, crazy. Why does everybody know so clearly? Are the ads, they all say this in the groups, the ads are just relentless. But has Josh Shapiro spent a lot of time on that issue?
Absolutely. I mean, Josh Shapiro, the last time I checked, had spent $25 million on TV and Mastriano had spent $0. I mean, it's funny that you brought up earlier that this is like a perfect, scientific experiment to see what it's like when one candidate runs a campaign and the other functionally doesn't. But I've said the same thing because I've never seen anything like this before in covering Pennsylvania campaigns. This is a statewide nominee, the party nominee, and he just started running TV ads and he's not even airing it in Philadelphia. And he only says that he has $1 million behind it, which is basically nothing if that is supposed to be from now until the end of the election. And hey, we've got to give, Shapiro's campaign credit here. I mean, clearly they are doing a good job defining him. A lot of these ads have Mastriano speaking in his own words. He said, "I give no way for exceptions" at a debate in the GOP primary, right? That has been just aired over and over again. Clips of him on right-wing media talking about abortion, global warming, etc., are also in all of these ads, in his words. So I think that is probably also, why it's kind of seared into people's minds is they're not being asked to look this up later or to take the ad's word for it. Like, it's just Mastriano speaking.
Yeah. One of the things that interests me a lot, how did Mastriano happen? Did nobody from the, I don't want to call it the establishment because it's not even a real thing anymore, but why wasn't there more of an effort to knock this guy out and get somebody else? It's just like handing over a governorship in a very important state.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in this case, there is an establishment in Pennsylvania, a GOP establishment, and they did try to stop Mastriano, and it did not work. I mean, they really did try. They were concerned about him the entire time. I think where they failed was waiting too long. They really waited. I think it was like a couple weeks before the election when they realized, oh crap, Mastriano's going to win. There were a number of candidates, like a ton of gubernatorial candidates that had name ID, that had money, some self-funded, and they just divided the field. And they tried to coalesce too late. And then even when you got some of the party bigwigs to say, okay, we got to get behind one person, they refused to do it. These guys had already put in the time, the money, and they said, no, we're going to play till the end. And only a few very low polling candidates dropped out and got behind the guy who was number 2 in the polls, Lou Barletta. And then, Trump came in at the very end of, when they were trying to do this and said, basically, F you, I'm going to endorse Mastriano. I mean, I presume because he wanted to improve his, win record, essentially, in the primaries. And so, yeah, that was the end of that.
Yeah, splitting the field of normies and getting a crazy person. I feel like I've seen that dynamic play out before in the Republican Party. Feels familiar. So abortion was the key issue there, but Mastriano isn't doing any better when people talk about his just like overall vibe. I mean, these voters, they had so much to say about Mastriano.
I don't want to come across as difficult. I don't know Mastriano at all, but if he's anything like what his political ads are like, I just want no part of it. It's way so strong. It's way so divided. He seems extremely thick-headed. And he doesn't seem like a leader. He seems like he's just out to have some chaos and to really do some damage. And so, yes, it would be Josh Shapiro.
I just think he just is very arrogant. And I think, I don't know, my mother tells me this. I don't know if this is a true story or not, but he drafted a bus from Pennsylvania to January 6th. And I'm really against January 6th. And I just think that's terrible that a governmental candidate would do something like that.
The Mastriano thing, I don't understand where this state is coming from or the country is coming from. He's just so polarizing. It's more of the same. It's kind of like a Marjorie Taylor Greene in a way. This is like their 15 minutes of fame, if you will. I don't know why we need to go so ugly to maybe get back to neutral ground, but there's no reason to have a Mastriano leading us. There are better people out there from what I see. I don't know that Josh Shapiro is the right answer, but it's certainly not Mastriano.
All the proof I need is just what he did during COVID. He was just, whether you believe in vaccines or not, masks or not, he was just so extreme about, our rights are being taken away and our freedoms and blah, blah, blah. But aside from that, just watching his social media posts, every time there'd be a little bit of heat on him, he would start posting all this positive stuff. And it was positive. But I just feel that he plays games with all of our lives too. I'm not okay with that. If he wants to do that on his own time, obviously go for it. But everything that he's been presenting and then, he tries to deflect the bat off of him. It's just a game. This whole thing's just a game to him.
It drives me up a wall that the Democrats have put so much money into these far right, Republican candidates to get them over the top.
So there's a piece of this story where Josh Shapiro did spend some money toward the end of his campaign to boost Mastriano.
Sure.
Now, one of the funniest parts of this group to me was when the moderator was trying to get people to tell her who they voted for in the primary, and none of them knew. They couldn't remember. It's this split field. Some of them knew they'd done Lou Barletta, but everybody else was I just don't know. I know it wasn't Mastriano. But the Shapiro, I am very unhappy with Democrats who are doing this. I think it's a really dangerous game to play. Do you think, though, that Shapiro, do you think people feel good now that he's up by, 12 points? Do you think they regret putting that $1 million in at all? Or do you think they feel pretty good about it?
There was some grumbling when the polls were closer, when the primary first ended, and before Shapiro clobbered Mastriano with millions of negative ads, that Democrats were they were grumbling that Shapiro had done this, and they were nervous about it. Now that he's up, you don't hear it as much. Like, I feel like as long as he wins, it's not really gonna, tarnish him. If he loses this race, like his career is over anyway.
Career is over. But there's a lot of these governors candidates that don't have that much money. Like, they just haven't raised that much. But they've got these big outside groups that are coming in and supporting them.
Right.
And so, like, the RGA is spending big time for Carrie Lake, who is a similar profile in the sense that she's an election denier, she's a conspiracy theorist, she's an anti-vaxxer, she's an extremist. But the RGA, who's led by Doug Ducey, who endorsed her primary opponent aggressively, he's still in there for her. But they have taken a pass on Doug Mastriano. What do you think it is about Mastriano? They think he can't win, or what is it?
Yeah, I've asked that question, and I've been told that, like, basically Republican donors don't take him seriously. They don't think that he is running, and they're right, anything resembling a normal campaign. And I don't mean, he's trying new things on social media or something. Like, he doesn't even speak to the press. He doesn't have staff that speaks to the press. He doesn't really have much of a staff. So, you're like throwing good money after bad when you're doing that is the kind of the perception of these donors. The thing that's always stumped me is, okay, Mastriano has a bad relationship with, like, the RGA, despite the fact that, by the way, he did go to an RGA donor retreat months ago after the primary to try to win some folks over. That obviously didn't work. But nonetheless, he's got bad relationships with, like, those establishment folks, traditional donors. But why hasn't he, raised money from small dollar donors, right?
Yeah.
He's got, like, a fervent base. And when I've asked folks that question, they tell me, yeah, but, like, managing a small dollar fundraising operation still requires having staff that know what they're doing. Obviously requires buying email lists, that sort of thing. And the perception, at least from Republicans on the outside watching this campaign, is he doesn't have any of that stuff.
That's interesting and makes a lot of sense. I've wondered the same thing. Like, he's such a big deal on Facebook. I mean, geez, set up a Patreon or something. I mean, I don't know. Is it that hard? But I guess there are, like, FEC compliance things you have to do. And without lawyers and staffs and people to manage an email list, just goes to show what a rinky-dink campaign he's running. The contrast between the campaign Shapiro is running, you've got literally maybe the worst campaigner in the cycle, or that any of us have seen in a really long time, up against very much one of the most well-positioned. I mean, just raises a ton of money. He was the attorney general in the state, so he's got a statewide profile. He's quite liberal. I follow him on Twitter. He seems pretty progressive, but there's a couple key ways in which I think he's distinguished himself on more centrist type issues. I think he's for sort of school choice. And these voters are interesting. So they were all going to go Shapiro. Nobody was going to vote for Mastriano. A lot of times when you have that in these Republican groups, so there's people who are, like, going to go third party or leave things blank or whatever. That's not the case with Shapiro. Like, they're going to vote for Shapiro. So let's listen to some of these voters talk about why.
I look at Mastriano. I think he's just too extreme and everything. If he could just moderate some of his positions, I think he'd be in a much better position. But he's just way too extreme, and he's just so off-putting. So like for me, it's like, I mean, I look at Shapiro and I'm like, all right, if he's governor, I don't think he's going to do a good job, but I don't think he's going to do a terrible job. He's probably just going to be boring, neutral guy, and so it's like I'll stick with that and hope that 4 years from now there's a better option on the other side.
He's obviously a decent man, like Biden. Biden is a decent man, and he has governed, so he has experience as a public servant. At least he's decent, and he's certainly the lesser of two evils. But, like, can't we get better candidates? I don't know how he's going to be as a governor, but at least he's not a scumbag.
He seems level-headed. He seems bright, but I would not have picked him if there was a better option.
So that was the first of the two buckets that I have for Shapiro, but they're only voting for him because he's not Mastriano. They say, like, oh, he's a decent man, like the same way that Biden's a decent man. Like, it's the same thing. These are people who voted for Biden because they couldn't stomach voting for Trump, and that's how they talk about Mastriano. But there's a second bucket of supporters, I would say this is a much bigger group, who find Shapiro to be better than acceptable. So let's listen.
I always liked Josh Shapiro. I thought that he would make a good governor. When he announced his candidacy, I knew that he would make a good candidate because he's helped a lot of people. Like, I mean, I've had problems like with something that he helped with. I had a contractor do something to me, and Josh Shapiro was instrumental in helping me get back my money. So, I mean, it's not just that, but I feel like he's a man of his word.
In the last 2 or 3 years, I paid attention and read a lot about his work against the corrupt Catholic priests, and not just priests. I'm sorry, I'm not Catholic, but the clergy, how hard he fought, all the victims. He used to speak on the Parkway when I worked in Center City, and I was intrigued because he is a good speaker.
He chose the law position of prosecuting. Just like when district attorneys become judges, they're usually a little tougher than judges that weren't district attorneys. It's a choice. You choose what kind of law you practice, and if you choose to be a district attorney, and we know the guy's record. I mean, he went after the contractor. He goes after people who choose to be unscrupulous and unethical and unlawful. He's a law-abiding guy that prosecutes people who don't abide by the law.
Mastriano is absolutely dangerous, but I'm voting for Shapiro based on his track record of going after the priests that molested children and adults.
And he also went after the whole UPMC AHN debacle, which most states have, until I moved here and I tried to explain to my relatives across the country. I said, I've never lived in my life in such a chaotic healthcare existence between two companies just pissing on each other, wasting money, and then basically pissing on all of us as the population as they each kept getting wealthier and wealthier. So I feel at least he stepped in to try to wrangle that in. Is it perfect? No. I just felt like he had the balls and the ammunition to take on things in a rational way, a legal way, and curtail problems at hand.
So affirmative support for Josh Shapiro. It's like his record is AG. People seem to know it, and they seem to have been aware of it maybe even without the ads, like before that. So what's your impression of the way people think about Shapiro in the state? Like, this is so unusual for people to know this much and have this kind of impression of a candidate.
Yeah, I mean, a number of his ads have touched on these topics, but I think you're right. I mean, he picked some of these things that got a lot of press coverage, right? I mean, when he went after the Catholic Church for the sex abuse scandal, that got a ton of press coverage and that stuck in people's minds. I think that a few things I noticed from the focus group that I thought was interesting, a number of, not all, but a number of the folks that were like strong Shapiro supporters, not just voting against Mastriano, were from the Philadelphia area. And Shapiro is from the Philadelphia area. And that's, where he started as a state legislator and then as a county commissioner. And so I'm sure a lot of those people have heard even more than other folks around the state kind of what he's been up to, right? You might end up seeing like a even stronger, maybe sort of Rendell style turnout for Shapiro in the Philly suburbs, just, given what we know and the focus groups. And then, the other thing, Shapiro has really like branded himself as this guy who goes after like big, bad institutions on behalf of the normal people. So like the Catholic Church, the healthcare giant that one of the focus group people mentioned, the contractor, like he's pitched himself as that person, and that branding is really stuck with people. And I also think just being a law enforcement official is probably helping with these Republican voters.
Yeah, and he's getting the police groups are endorsing him, yep, even as they're endorsing Oz on the other side. And you're right, that UPMC, the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, that's come up in other focus groups, like as far back as May, where you had Republicans who were that woman was from the Pittsburgh area, was considering voting for Shapiro, like strictly on that. So he's clearly had some big wins. And I guess I have two thoughts that I want to ask you about. So one is, we're about to turn to Fetterman and talk about how the soft on crime ads like are really having an impact on him.
Yep.
But it's interesting how Josh Shapiro is managing to like be the law and order guy, even though you heard up at the top, like crime really is coming up in these focus groups a lot. And there was that woman who was talking about the mayor of Philly and things being bad in Philly, and lots of people talking about the crime in the cities. But Josh Shapiro is not getting any of that. He's getting the opposite, right? He's able to sort of brand himself as the law and order guy. What actually leads me into my second point, which is, so let's say this guy just like demolishes Mastriano, and he does it. And let's say, I don't know, that either it's close with Oz or Oz wins. If you win really decisively in a state like Pennsylvania, like, don't you automatically get on the short list for like national ambitions, president, future of the Democratic Party, et cetera?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any Democrat that wins in a battleground state this year, I think, is going to get that kind of attention, whether it's Shapiro or Fetterman or, Warnock. Like, I think that we are going to see all of those people catapulted into, potential presidential chatter. On, your first points, I think there's a couple things going on. One, Shapiro is doing the right things to prevent him from being cast as soft on crime, right? I mean, for one thing, he's simply the attorney general. For another, he's done things throughout his career, for instance, kind of picking little fights with Larry Krasner, which have pissed off progressives, but, have prevented him from being kind of pigeonholed in that same sort of category as Krasner, right? He's made allies with police unions and is getting their endorsements now. So he's doing all of those things. He's a very savvy politician. But at the same time, there's no pushback from Mastriano. And you can see in Mastriano's tweets kind of the outline of what a campaign might have been, where he says Shapiro is the AG. And so all of this crime that's happening in Philadelphia, and look, I live in Philly, so I can tell you, like, it is a problem here. The crime, the homicides are going up in a real way. He's saying Shapiro should be blamed for some of that, but we're not hearing that on TV. So Shapiro's doing the right things, but he also doesn't have a traditional opponent to push back on them.
That's true. Okay, we'll talk briefly about the Senate race between John Fetterman and Dr. Oz. The last time you and I talked, it was during the primaries, and I assume this is what we talked about because it is the thing I know we were hearing at the time, is I was very almost caught off guard by how pro-Fetterman the Democrats were. And that I suspected that even among Trump voters, there would be, some real support. I can't remember if he'd had the stroke at that point, but I think he hadn't.
He had not. No, he had the stroke like a few days before the primary. Yeah.
And so just as a setup matter, what's happening right now in the Senate race is it is becoming one of the most watched races, one of the most important races of the cycle. And it's interesting because I think for a while, Oz's negatives were so high and people really liked Fetterman. His authenticity campaign seemed to really be landing with voters. But then he had the stroke after the brutal primary that they had on the Republican side. Oz seems to have returned from wherever he was this summer when everyone was talking about how he's barely present, and now seems to be running a pretty decent campaign. And they are just burying Fetterman in ads for his position on crime, like McConnell and the Senate Leadership Fund. They're just hammering him, and Fetterman's kind of hanging on to a 4-point lead, but there were polls back in August that were like almost double digits. And let's just play this one SLF ad just to give you a taste of what Fetterman's being pounded with.
John Fetterman's proud of releasing a record number of felons early, freeing more thugs serving life sentences than in the previous 25 years combined. He's even pushing to end life sentences for felony murder.
The first way, I believe, to change it, and that is eliminating the felony murder law. Eliminating the felony murder law.
And releasing dangerous murderers early. That's crazy. But that's far left John Fetterman. The Senate Leadership Fund is responsible for the content of this advertisement.
All right. What do you think? Having an impact, landing?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I mean, when Oz got out of, as you put it, a very brutal primary where he himself was hit with millions of dollars of ads, you know, calling him insufficiently conservative in any number of things, he had a real problem on his hands. His negatives super high. Fetterman didn't have high negatives at all. He was really well liked. And so, you know, he was faced with a decision, like either he could rehabilitate himself or try to drag down Fetterman. And he and, you know, Republicans writ large, super PACs, et cetera, decided to do the latter, and they're doing it with crime. And I think we gotta give ourselves some credit, Sarah. During the primary talk, we actually, I think both said, like, we thought that crime was probably Fetterman's biggest vulnerability, because, you know, some of these ads are definitely misleading, but it's also true that on the Board of Pardons, like Fetterman, you know, he did really take an aggressive, progressive stance in terms of policy. And so they have been hitting him on this in this advertising, and we have seen his negatives creep up. It is having an impact, and we have seen Oz's numbers go up a little bit, and some of the Republican voters who were not too hot on Oz because they didn't think he was really one of them, you know, are coming back home to him, I think, because of these crime ads. Now, at the same time, Fetterman has still led in every single poll. The polls have narrowed, but Oz has still not led in one of them. And, you know, Republicans that I talk to are still saying, like, privately, you know, they're not sure if he will have enough time to really catch up to Fetterman. You know, we're down to the wire here, right?
Interesting. Well, let's listen to how these ads have been resonating with voters.
Fetterman, I think, is absolutely terrible. I think he's absolutely soft on crime. From what I see, he is releasing criminals out onto the street. If you look at his parole voting record, there are a lot of 4-to-1 parole votes where he was that one vote. Thank God, you know, there are at least some sane members of the parole board. Otherwise, we could have way more criminals out on the street. I know he was Mayor of Braddock. Being a mayor of a small town is literally a small part-time job. Let's be clear. They say he's a mayor of Braddock. When you're a mayor of a town of like 1,000 people, that's literally like a part-time job. It's like your local auto mechanic is the mayor of that town. It's like literally a part-time job you do a few hours a week, okay? The man's never had a real job. He's been supported financially by his parents up into his 40s. He bought his house from his sister for $1, okay? This guy is absolutely unqualified to do this.
Working in corrections, I see the jail system, you know, letting these felons out for murder. Their goal was to empty the jails. We were a 9,000 population. We're down to 4,400. The crime is just up in Philly. People are getting out and committing a crime. They're getting out on like low bail fees. I just can't let the felons go who've convicted murderers. I just can't do it. I mean, the streets are so full of violence now, but you know, I'm not happy with us. I don't want another TV publicity, you know, in office, but I think he's doing it to work his way into government. This is just his foot in the door. He just wants to get in us. But I mean, you know, yes, he is a smart man, but Fetterman with the felons, I just can't do it. Not working in corrections, what I see, I just can't do it.
All right. So sometimes there's this funny thing that happens in focus group in like the choosing of the people, which is sometimes we get repeat people because we're asking for a very specific set of people to recruit, people who voted for Trump in 2016 and then Biden, but they voted in a Republican primary. So sometimes you get these people who are repeating. And we had one of those guys. The last group that he was in, we had asked the same questions. And on the Senate between Fetterman and Oz, he was going to leave it blank because he thought Oz was just doing it to get famous and, you know, he didn't like him at all. Now he was firmly going Oz. He had moved into that category. And I think that's a pretty good example of how these ads have like moved some people. And that
Absolutely.
This guy, like, he's a Republican. I think he's a really good example of somebody kind of coming home. And can you tell me, because I think some things have happened for Oz, too, that are interesting in the state, like Tom Ridge endorsed him. He's getting the endorsements from these police groups. So, like, I know he hasn't led in any polls, like you said, but is it possible he's got, like, the momentum?
Yeah, he does have the momentum in terms of the polls are moving in the direction of Republicans right now, right? Like, that's not a terrible place to be. I think you're right that guy was, like, the perfect illustration of the GOP coming home to Oz and, like, partly because of these crime ads, which shows you, at least partially like who these crime ads are aimed at. I think they are also aimed at suburban voters, but I think that they were also intended to bring the GOP base home for Oz. And interestingly, if I remember correctly, that guy was a Kathy Barnett voter in the primary. Kathy Barnett was the far right candidate in the Senate primary. She was very anti-establishment and just sort of seen as like more on the fringe, more attracting people who maybe necessarily like were going to do things like leave their ballot blank. And she still actually hasn't endorsed Oz, but he is coming home, right? So like the Barnett voters are coming home. That's a very good thing for Oz. But at the same time, Oz needs to win those independents. And I was talking to a Democratic pollster who told me that, Democratic internals are still showing Fetterman ahead, and have been even, after the crime ads. He's steadily been ahead with independents despite these attack ads.
Have you seen Fetterman up close lately? How does he look like? Because there's this debate coming up, and they're fighting over it because Fetterman wants there to be closed captioning so he can also read them, because it sounds like he's processing things slower than he used to after the stroke. And Oz is saying, well, if you get closed captioning, then it's got to be 90 minutes. And Oz is pretty good on his feet. One of the things I noticed watching the Republican primary debates is he is no slouch on a stage. He's very comfortable in front of a camera. And the health stuff comes up a lot from these voters. So I know that we're still soft with independence, but can Fetterman close? Can he get out there? Can he be in front of people? What have you seen?
Yeah, we haven't talked about his health until now. Most strategists that I talk to think that the narrowing of the polls has been the crime stuff as opposed to really the health stuff. But it's also hard to get a handle on it because I think that maybe some people don't want to be so explicit, about saying, yes, his health is a concern to me and I don't want to vote for him because of that.
Totally.
There was a lady in one of those focus groups who was saying that she had some concerns about his abilities. But then when she was pressed, was it about the stroke? She said no. And it was just well, then what are you talking about? And I wondered if she was just uncomfortable saying it. And I wondered the same thing about some polling. We have seen though in polling that more people are saying that his health is a concern. This hasn't really been the subject of ads, but it has been an earned media strategy that the Oz campaign has tried to do in terms of pushing that there should be more debates and that Fetterman should release his medical records, that he's not being transparent, that he's sicker than he lets on. And so that has been getting press coverage. I have seen him on the trail. And then I've also done a interview with him, which was a few weeks ago. What is it called? Google Meet, the video chat that Google does.
Yeah.
And I found him to be much better than he was at his first rally that he held in Erie, where he did have moments where he's pausing awkwardly and he is messing up words and stuff. In the one-on-one chat, I think he maybe missed a word or two, but it was pretty solid. I think he's always been better in the one-on-one stuff. Because I've known him for years now. That was always the case with him. He's just not that great of a speech maker. He was never a good debater. If you watch the primary debates, he bombed, honestly. And so I think that maybe that's a little bit of what's going on, why he was better in that environment versus the rally in Erie. But then also, when you talk to doctors, they'll tell you you can make pretty significant improvements as time moves on after your stroke. I do think that the debate, there's going to be one debate between him and Oz. It's at the end of October. I think it's really high stakes for Fetterman. I think that he can't have a giant flub. I think that maybe he can have miss a word here or there, but he can't have something that Republicans can clip and put into an ad and replay on social media and make it look bad. That's the stakes for Fetterman. He has increased the number of interviews that he's done recently in events. I've noticed he's picked up the pace a little bit. He did an interview with Joy Reid and then with KDKA, a local station out here. And even just looking at those two interviews that I think took place at roughly the same time, they were both pretty different. In the KDKA one, he seemed really solid for the most part. And then the Reid one, it was a little bit more stumbling over some thoughts. And so we'll see how he does in the debate. I think it will be high stakes for him.
Okay. I do want to ask one thing on this, which is this revelation about Oz and the dogs.
Yeah. There was a report in Jezebel that Oz's medical research led to the killing of hundreds of dogs as well as some other animals, and that there was a whistleblower who said that these dogs were mistreated. Oz, as far as I understand, was not personally involved in these experiments, but they were his team's experiments. And I was just immediately reminded of like the Mitt Romney dog thing and, how that sort of seared into people's minds as like an image of Mitt Romney as being just like out of touch and weird. And it came out like the same day that the Herschel Walker abortion revelation came out. I was talking to some Dems who were a little bit like miffed that happened because like it kind of stole the spotlight from it. Not to be too single-minded, but I do think, like, again, it comes back to TV and advertising, and are people going to put money behind that? Then it might make a difference.
Yep. Okay, so I hate to end on sort of a scary note for everybody, but everyone in this most recent focus group voted for Biden. But we've been seeing this trend in the flipper groups, in the 16 Trump, 20 Biden groups. So back in the spring when we were doing these groups, usually you couldn't find anybody who like regretted voting for Biden in 20. They were all like, nope, still glad I did it. Could never vote for Trump. We are starting to hear not that anymore. Like we are starting to hear people who say, if it is Biden running against Trump again in 2024, that there are a number of these swing voters who would go back to Trump. Let's listen.
I hope to God we don't have Trump versus Biden in 2024. But if that happens, I'm probably going to vote for Trump because I'll take a lot of the crap that Trump does, but I know I'm going to get a strong economy, and I'm going to get someone, at least is passionate.
I just thought the country was in a better place. It seemed like we're scrutinized now. Like everything, like I watched certain news and they said we're going to be like in trouble with our taxes. We're going to be in trouble with everything. And I just don't like it. Not when Trump was in office, it seemed like we weren't watched as much. I just feel like we're being watched more. And I listen to news. I watch different news stations. I watch CNN. I watch Fox, 2 different sources, but they come at you and it's kind of like one's Democratic, one's Republican. And it's like I hear different things and I don't like when I'm hearing on Fox. I just felt better when Trump was in office. I have to vote for him. And my family's going to be mad at me, but I don't care.
I would vote for Trump again. When Trump got in office, I just saw him as a businessman. I saw, he was a fighter, like he had strength. I don't see strength behind Biden, You never see the vice president. Where is she? What does she do? You never even hear what she does. I see Biden as a frail person and Trump has the strength. He's a fighter. I don't like his arrogance. I don't like him tweeting, but he didn't close the pipeline.
Yeah, the pipeline was a big hurt for everybody.
Holly, if we end up with a rematch, God forbid, but not necessarily at all out of the realm of possibilities. Biden just recently, again, there was a report. He told Al Sharpton privately that, of course, he's going to run again. Wow. Dude,
it's what we all deserve.
It's what we all deserve. My God. What do you think? Do you feel like there's a backsliding in Pennsylvania, like a weird nostalgia? This is what I hear from the voters in the focus groups where they're just like, well, I didn't really like Trump, but things were better when he was president. What do you think's going on?
Yeah, I think there is a little bit of a backsliding. I don't know if like Trump would win it quite yet in Pennsylvania, but I feel like it's moving in his direction. Look, it's the economy. Like, it sucks. It's not great. Inflation is really hurting people, and Biden's in charge. And I think it's as simple as that. And if it weren't for Roe v. Wade being struck down, like things would be a lot worse for Democrats. That's taken like some of the heat off of them. But at the end of the day, like, it's hard to buy a car. It's hard to buy a house. It's hard to buy your groceries. And, I think that people are looking back on that like hot economy that Trump had, and they are having a little bit of nostalgia. I think it's so interesting, though, just listening to those people again, like, even though they would vote for Trump again, if it were Trump Biden, none of those people are voting for Mastriano.
I know. I mean, these people are Trump, Biden, Shapiro, Trump voters. And to be fair, it was only 3 of them who said that they would just vote for him if it was the head-to-head matchup. swing voters, man, they're something else. Right. I have one just very last question, since I'm just terrorizing people here at the end. Is there any scenario, my colleague JVL had sort of floated this idea of, the thing about Mastriano is you just don't know these people who put him over the edge in the primary. You don't know how many people are out there who might not otherwise vote. Like the reason that Trump shocked everybody, right, is because he brought so many new people in, both in 16 and in 20, just found a lot of new voters.
Yeah.
Any chance that there's just lots of Mastriano voters out there that the polls aren't picking up or something?
Yeah. I think there are actually some of those people. I do. The question is just how many of them are there? That just 1%, and then that just changes Shapiro's victory from whatever 11% to 10%, or is it more than that? I do worry about the polls being off. They weren't great in 2016. They weren't great in 2020 either. I'm concerned that they're not picking up Mastriano voters because they are as anti-poll, anti-establishment as it gets, even more than your average Trump voter. They are just really not about all of that. And so would they even respond to a request for a focus group like yours? I don't know. I'm just concerned about that, just from the perspective of, does it mean I don't know what's going on in the race? You do see a lot of signs out there for Mastriano in Trump country, and there is some real grassroots energy for him. The reason that I still, say that Shapiro is the favorite is because Mastriano is not running any semblance of a campaign, and Trump ran a regular campaign in many ways. Yes, he did lots of things differently, but he ran TV ads. He had a, ground operation in conjunction with the state party and all of that. And I just don't see evidence that Mastriano has that.
Holly Otterbein from Pennsylvania, thank you so much for coming back on another episode of the Focus Group. It was great to have you here. I think we're going to do one more Pennsylvania focus group right at the end and really hit the Senate hard just to see where things land there. But thanks for being here, and thanks to all of you for listening to another episode of the Focus Group. Tell your friends, become a Bulwark Plus subscriber. We are going to do this again next week. See ya. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and this week we are talking about Georgia, the state most likely to determine which party controls the Senate, which makes the impact of recent revelations that Herschel Walker allegedly paid for an abortion all the more high stakes in his attempts to unseat Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock. We're going to hear swing voters discuss how Walker's controversial past is influencing their thinking about this race. We're also going to explore the lost art of ticket splitting. We've seen some of this in Arizona, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, but Georgia may be ground zero for the 2022 ticket splitter. Republican Governor Brian Kemp is probably on track to beat Democrat Stacey Abrams again. He's leading by 5.5 points in the latest 538 average, which is practically a landslide in narrowly divided Georgia these days. There's actually a poll out this week from the University of Georgia that has Kemp leading by 10 points. That seems too high to me, but point is, he's up. My guest today is Molly Ball, national political correspondent for Time magazine. She had a great piece recently for the magazine titled Brian Kemp's Revenge. So who is Kemp getting revenge on?
All of his haters. And isn't that what we all would like?
That's the dream.
That's the dream. But specifically former President Trump, who thought he was going to get his revenge on Brian Kemp for refusing to help him steal the election. But that's not how things went down, as people probably remember. And Trump tried very hard to unseat Kemp in this past primary back in May. Kemp did the work, won extremely decisively by about 50 points. And now, as you said, he looks like he's going to cruise to re-election. And so as I put it in the piece, he may be the only Republican candidate to have used Trump better than Trump used him.
Yeah, right. Like Trump was able to essentially choose his person in most races. And the Georgia race where he handpicks Perdue, he even handpicks Congressman Jody Hice to run against Brad Raffensperger as Secretary of State. He sees them, other than Liz Cheney, kind of public enemies 1 and 2, goes hard at them. And the whole thing is just a total flop. Like Kemp wins by such a margin in this primary that he drags Brad Raffensperger over the finish line, who everybody thought was dead in the water because he wouldn't find Trump his 11,000 votes. Like, how did he pull that off? Like, what did he do?
Well, he worked very hard for it. And I would say that, yes, when somebody wins a primary by a 50-point margin, it looks like that was probably always going to be the case. But I was not at all a foregone conclusion. And something I think people don't appreciate enough about this race is that, Trump issues a lot of endorsements, but he doesn't actually, people will be shocked to hear this, doesn't actually put in a lot of work for the candidates he endorses. He tends to believe that just that piece of paper ought to be enough and they should be happy with it. Only in the case of Brian Kemp and Liz Cheney did he actually spend money to try to defeat those candidates and get his candidates elected this cycle. So in light of that, I think it's all the more remarkable that Kemp was able to survive. But so it was a function of, I would say, basically 3 things. Number one, Kemp is an experienced politician, and he did the political work to sew this up early. He went to all of his donors, the sort of power players in the state, locked them down, got them to commit to him early. So by the time Trump's begging succeeded and former Senator Perdue got in the race, he couldn't raise any money. Even his own cousin wouldn't endorse him, former Governor Sonny Perdue, because Brian Kemp had just given him the chancellorship of the state university. So clever political plays like that, number one, to lock down a lot of Republican support in the state. And then number two, just, his performance as governor. As I write in the piece, he didn't suddenly turn into a squish when he got on Trump's bad side. He never responded to Trump's attacks. He would say, I wish he would have won the election in 2020, but he didn't. But other than that, declined to engage with any of Trump's attacks and continued to pick fights with Biden, with Stacey Abrams, with liberals and public health experts. So if you're a Republican who likes to see your Republican elected officials trigger the libs, he could make a case that he's still your guy. And then thirdly, particularly as it gets further and further in the rearview mirror, the 2020 election is just not as much of an obsession to rank and file voters as it is to Trump. And again, I think that becomes more and more true as more time elapses. This monomaniacal obsession that Trump has with the election that he lost and then tried to overturn. Yeah, a lot of Republican voters agree with him and think the election was stolen, mistakenly, of course. But increasingly, voters are looking to the future for who is going to govern them and set policy for them. And they concluded that they wanted a little bit more than just being obsessed with 2020.
Yeah, I think that's totally right. All 3 of those points. That was the thing about Perdue, right? Is he basically only ran on that, right? His only pitch was, I think the election was stolen. And that just wasn't enough to get people pumped about him. And I just heard it was all over the focus groups from 6 months ago. Loved how he handled COVID. He took the voting integrity seriously. He had just done so much to neutralize it. And now these people that we were talking to in this focus group, there are swing voters. They voted for Trump in 2016. They voted for Biden in 2020. Now they see the fact that Kemp stood up to Trump as a big benefit. Let's listen.
That took a lot of guts at that moment, because it's easy now looking in the back, but at the time that drum was beating hard to be able to be a conservative governor and stand up against that. It's pretty phenomenal.
To me, it gave Kemp a lot more credibility. Before that, I thought he was just a hardline Republican and kind of Trump's puppet, one of Trump's puppets, I should say. But to me, it made him seem like more of his own, that he doesn't have to always go with the Republican Party, even though he knew he was going to get some backlash, and that he's a free thinker.
I really like him. It's hard to fault him given the constant hurdles we've had to jump through is the state of Georgia being in the spotlight for the Trump election fraud debacle. He did stand his ground, and I think he's done a great job.
Because there was even things that Trump wanted Kemp to do that he didn't do. So Kemp is not just a Republican toy. Like, he really does what's right for his state.
Kemp campaign, he's trying to help small businesses, trying to regulate the gangs here in Atlanta. Also, he's working on reducing the cost of medication, the healthcare. So based on that, I really like it.
So I want to say something about this group, because this group was interesting in that it had 3 Black women in it. I think the oldest person was 42 and the youngest was like 24. And something that happens in the focus groups as you're looking for people who are kind of undecided at this point, now that you're sort of 3 weeks out from an election, you do get people who aren't quite as plugged in. And so I would say this was a group of people who are on the younger side, who were not following things super duper closely. And their reaction to Kemp was like, yeah, dude's doing a good job. He's fine. And so the fact that Kemp succeeded in spite of Trump's wrath, why do you think he's not taken more seriously as a national GOP figure? Like, everyone's talking about DeSantis. DeSantis was also, that's his big claim to fame, is he was very good on COVID, according to the voters in his state. Why don't people think of Kemp as like somebody who could run in 2024 and win?
It's a good question. I would say, he hasn't really done a lot of work building a national profile. And when I've tried to engage him on some of these questions, either about whether he has further ambitions, which most of the people around him tell me that one of the only times they've ever heard him curse is when somebody asks if he has any interest in running for president. But he didn't tell me no. He just said, I got to get reelected, and that's all I'm focused on. And that was also his answer to any questions about, whether Trump would or should run or would have his support in 2024, whether someone like DeSantis or Glenn Youngkin, who was just out there campaigning with him, should be the 24 candidate. So that's part of it, is he has been so focused. And like you said, he has successfully conveyed to voters this impression that he is very focused on governing the state of Georgia, which sounds simple, but it turns out that's really important to voters. And so the fact that he hasn't been out there a whole ton, speaking at CPAC and trying to tell the rest of the country what a great job he's done in Georgia, I think that's been intentional. And I think it's been good for him politically, particularly since part of the case he's trying to prosecute against Stacey Abrams now is that she's sort of too much of a national candidate, that he accuses her of, wanting to run for president immediately and just wanting to sort of boost her brand. So, the fact that he sort of conspicuously hasn't done a lot of that, I think helps him make that case.
Well, let's talk about Stacey Abrams. As you say, back in 2018, she was sort of one of the breakout stars of that cycle, but then she lost. And, she didn't exactly admit that she lost. It wasn't the same thing as what Trump did, obviously. She didn't tell anybody to storm the Capitol over it. But she did say that the election was rigged. So the people in our focus groups, they were okay with Abrams, but she seemed to have sort of 2 main problems. As you say, she's too big of a national star. And then just the benefits of incumbency for Kemp, they just like him. Let's listen to what they had to say about Stacey Abrams.
I like Stacey Abrams because she's African American, she's a woman. But I feel like Kemp has been making good decisions, so I might stick with him.
Stacey Abrams is a female, of African American female, such as myself. So I always felt like some type of obligation to her. But really, I don't have a problem with Kemp. She does seem like she's more commercial. But I do like that it seems like she is for the people, but at the same time, it seems like it's so commercialized that I'm not sure she would be as effective as Kemp is already.
I have seen more for Abrams as far as advertisements. Yeah, I like her too, but I think it's hard to find fault with what he's done. He's done a good job. I haven't seen much on advertisement, but I see the proof in the pudding.
I got to tell you, I was surprised. There are 3 Black women in this group, and none of them were going to vote for Stacey Abrams. Like, it was a clean sweep across this group for Kemp. Were you surprised to see that?
A little bit, but I thought it was also interesting that they all had a pretty positive impression of her.
Mm-hmm.
Black, white, and everybody else in the group, because it's been a very negative campaign. If you've been paying attention, which, undecided voters, maybe not so much. Both of these candidates have been going after each other very hard, and the airwaves have been absolutely saturated with ads, many of them very negative. And yet they basically had a positive impression of both candidates and just felt like no reason to switch courses mainstream if, Kemp hasn't done anything to piss people off. But there's also this sort of fascinating irony, right? This is now the second Georgia gubernatorial election in a row that has, if not centered on, at least had a very important theme about elections, the election process itself. Whether it was, Stacey Abrams criticizing Kemp's work as Secretary of State, the voter purges that he employed, the actions he took prior to the 2018 election that were very controversial. And then, as you said, her refusal to concede based on her view that the election was tainted by those actions. And then, fast forward 4 years later, once again, we are having an election, one of whose significant themes is election integrity and who really won an election that was called for a certain candidate. So they just seem to be continuing to have this debate in sort of an endless loop about how to run elections. But, for these voters, number one, they don't see anything that Kemp's done to alienate them or make them feel like a change is necessary. His pitch is very much the status quo is good. The status quo is working. Things are going well in Georgia. The economy is good. We don't need to change. And she is obviously trying to unseat the incumbent. She's the change candidate. And that has just been a hard case to make when people are pretty happy with him and they see him as independent because of how he stood up to Trump.
It's a really interesting point about the fact that the elections are central again. But I guess, is it fair to say that the moral high ground in some ways has been reversed? Because the first time, right, the accusations were all at Kemp because for not running things cleanly, purging voter rolls, and Stacey Abrams was really to use that to be on offense. But now you're in a situation where when she didn't concede the last election, she was doing it to raise a point about voter suppression and those issues. But to have then a couple years later, the whole charge of anti-democratic activity at the Republicans is over a refusal to concede an election. And again, not the same in terms of at all degree, but Kemp was one of the people who stood up and did sign and certify the election in that moment.
Well, I do think someone in this focus group mentioned the voter purges. It was one of the things that they knew about Kemp from before. At least it was mentioned in passing. But yeah, at the very least, it makes it a little bit harder for Abrams to prosecute this case against Kemp that he's a racist voter suppressor, which is very much a part of the case that she wants to make. But it's harder when he can say that he's been independent. Look, Abrams and plenty of other Democrats nationally and in Georgia see the quote unquote election integrity law that Kemp and the Republican legislature passed last year, which was the source of so much controversy. But it's become a much harder case to make now that he can point to having safeguarded the 2020 election when the going really did get tough and he stood up. And the other part of it is, with political candidates, it helps to have a consistent image, right? Where everything you do sort of feeds into an idea that people have about you. And Kemp is someone who has stood his ground repeatedly. Whether you're talking about on the election, standing up to Trump, whether you're talking about COVID, that's really the core of his reelection message is remember how much crap I took for keeping the state open back in 2020. In retrospect, that looks like a good decision to a lot of people. People are grateful that he kept the schools open. People are grateful that he allowed businesses to open earlier than any other state. And that's another thing he can point to and say, I took a huge amount of criticism for this, but in retrospect, aren't you glad I stood my ground? And I think it's similar with the election law, where there was this massive controversy and the baseball all-star game was moved and all of these corporations said they were going to boycott the state. And once again, Brian Kemp dug in, did not give an inch, and did not go back on the thing he decided to do. So whether you see that as, stubbornness or, sort of admirably standing his ground, he has this consistent image of being someone who's able to take decisive action and then stick with it.
Yeah, and you have to sort of be pretty deep, I think, inside of the voting issues to have a strong point of view on that bill. And I think for the average voter, it did more to help him look like he took, election integrity seriously and kind of shore him up with that group than it did hurt him with kind of independent voters. I do have a last question about Stacey Abrams, though. She was this breakout star, but what does she do now? If she loses a second time She's clearly got some real political talent. She's very good, when she's on TV, and she's great to listen to. The Democrats want her to be a national figure, but how do you roll into national figurehood after losing twice?
Yeah, it's tough, and I think a lot of red state Democrats have this problem, right? Whether you're Pete Buttigieg or Beto O'Rourke or one of the Castro brothers, right? You're a star Democrat in a red state, which means it's very, 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 very difficult to get elected statewide. So what do you do in that situation when, there sort of isn't any upward mobility for you politically? And that's the situation she finds herself in. I don't think there's any question that she's going to stay on the national stage and continue to be a Democratic star. She's a very compelling speaker, very compelling candidate. She clearly has the power to communicate with voters in a way that a lot of other candidates just do not have. But, she certainly isn't talking about it now, right? Because she wants to win the governorship. But I have no idea what she'll do. Will she give speeches and write books? Will she try to serve in the administration and, continue up the political ladder that way? I really don't know. But I think there's very little chance that she goes away. And, in the interim between her two gubernatorial elections, which she's been doing in addition to just being a star or whatever, is that she has, done a lot of work on voting rights and on these democracy issues that have become so hot and so important right now. So I would expect that she would also continue with that work.
She gets more credit than anybody for the turnout apparatus she helped build that led Georgia to pick up those 2 Senate seats. But I don't know, maybe she goes and runs the DNC or something like that. There's going to be a lot of energy around her as a strategist, as a person who is helping the Democratic Party with its turnout. So yeah, no way she just fades, but it will be interesting to see what she does next. Or maybe, maybe she'll shock us all and win, but that is not what it sounded like from this group. So let's turn to the Senate race. So you may have heard there's some stuff going on in the Georgia Senate race. Herschel Walker, he's been in hot water more or less throughout the whole campaign. I've got a partial list here of his issues. Let's see. He lied about being a law enforcement officer. He lied about graduating from college. He lied to his campaign and to the public about how many children he has, because there were 4 secret ones who have emerged, trickled out throughout the campaign. Let's see. He used to play Russian roulette. He's repeatedly held a gun to his wife's head. And so yeah, that's just a partial list. We've got more. We'll get into some of the more recent.
Let's not forget Why Are There Still Apes? That's my all-time favorite. Why Are There Still Apes?
Wait, what's that one?
Oh, at one point on the campaign trail this year, he sort of mused, evolution can't be true because if we came from apes, why are there still apes?
Right. Yeah, and he was like, China's sending us the bad air and we're sending them the good air. If you listen to the guy, forget all the individual scandals. This is just not a guy who's up for being a U.S. senator. And yet, this is still a close race. Let's listen to one of the ads that he's running to kind of try to counter all of the scandals that have plagued his campaign.
Rebel One Up's running a nasty, dishonest campaign. Perfect for Washington. The Reverend doesn't even tell my full story, my true story. As everyone knows, I had a real battle with mental health. Even wrote a book about it. And by the grace of God, I've overcome it. One Up's a preacher who doesn't tell the truth. He doesn't even believe in redemption. I'm Herschel Walker, saved by grace, and I approve this message.
So the most recent story is that he allegedly paid for an abortion for the mother of one of his other children. She produced a receipt, an actual bank statements, and a get well card that he sent her, which I didn't know that's what you do in that instance. So the way he's trying to respond is with this redemption. Yes, I've made a lot of mistakes. Yes, I've had all these mental health problems, but you already know that about me. That's baked in, but I've been redeemed.
But his explanations for this have been all over the map and not making any sense, right? First, he said, this is a lie. Then he said, it never happened. I don't even know this person. But if it had happened, that would be nothing to be ashamed of. So he's simultaneously denying it and he's defending it. And so that made this woman angry enough to come forward again and say, he says he doesn't even know me. Well, I'm the mother of one of his children. And I think she claimed that he tried to get her to have a second abortion and she refused. And, texts have been produced. It's clear that he knows who this person is. So the redemption narrative obviously is something that you put out there for people to grab onto who want to believe. So if you want to believe in Herschel Walker, you want to support him, you want to be able to vote for him and then sleep at night, you can latch onto this explanation and say, well, see, he says he's been redeemed and we've all been through tough stuff. It's a little bit problematic that he says that he started getting treated for his, what it used to be called multiple personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder, which had caused him to have as many as 12 different, what they're called alternate, not exactly personalities, but something like that. And at one point he woke his then wife up in the middle of the night holding a razor to her neck. But he wrote a book about his struggle with this disorder and having successfully been treated for it. That book came out in 2008. The alleged abortion that he paid for was in 2009. Two of the previously unacknowledged children that his campaign found out the hard way that he had fathered and not told them about, two of those children were also born after the book was published, 2009 and 2012. So whatever it was that he had already sort of achieved redemption for at the point that he wrote the book, I guess the process wasn't finished.
Yeah, you're totally right on the timeline on this. The other piece of this story is that his son, Christian, who's a conservative TikTok star, publicly spoke out against his dad. And so everybody knows he's lying who wants to know, like, who cares about the truth. But for the rest of them who are just looking for an excuse to, like, vote the way they want to vote, that's what that ad is for. It's to give them permission. So one of the things, though, that surprised me about this group is that only about half of them had even heard the abortion thing. Like, they hadn't heard about this scandal. Did that surprise you?
Yeah, it did surprise me. That's the kind of thing that tends to travel. Maybe it's just timing, maybe they hadn't had time to hear about it. These types of voters, especially, by definition, they're in this group because they haven't made up their minds yet. So potentially people are getting, selected out of the group because they have heard and it did change their mind. So even though a lot of them had not heard about this specific news, they did know generally about all the Walker stuff, like that there was just a bunch of crazy things. Let's listen to what some of these voters had to say about Walker.
I would go with Warnock just because of all the controversy and the lying that Herschel Walker, he's lying about stuff that they could prove. He says he graduated college, very easy to prove. He said he was a lawyer, very easy to prove. And he's so anti-abortion, and then it just came out that he paid a woman to have an abortion. To me, he's a hypocrite, and the only reason he's even in the race is because he played football. He was a great football player at the University of Georgia. I did vote for Herschel Walker in the primary, just because that's the only name that I knew.
Warnock walks hand in hand with Biden on the politics and economy. I don't want more of the same. But Walker's a mess. I would like to think he's more rehabilitated than the past. There's a lot of crazy things been said, but I feel like Walker would vote for a more stable economy for Georgia. So I lean more towards him. But Warnock is, at face value, more well put together for sure.
I don't trust either one of them, but I definitely don't trust Walker because it's just been way too much lies that's like easily identifiable with him. I just don't feel good about, like, his deflecting. Like, at least own your stuff, or at least take some ownership. It doesn't seem reasonable that he doesn't know who she is, doesn't know anything about the signature. It just doesn't sound like he's making comments that have any truth to it.
They seem very similar to me. It's just a matter of who's going to dig up the dirt faster, honestly. And right now we're seeing more dirt, Herschel Walker over the other one.
So while we have a bunch of polls that have Kemp up over Abrams by wide margins, we've started to see some polls starting to trickle out that were done at least partially after this news came out that shows Warnock up over Walker by a few points. Like, what do you think? You were just down there. Do you get the sense that this news is enough to actually cause people not to vote for Walker?
Yes and no. I would say I think Walker was already losing this race before this dropped. He was behind in the polling average. There were some polls showing him perhaps up, within the margin of error, but he certainly was not running away with it. He certainly was not seeing the kind of separation that Kemp is starting to see. And, when I was out there, which was before these latest abortion revelations, people were already talking about the prevalence in the electorate of ticket splitters, about there being Kemp-Warnock voters who were going to look at these races differently, particularly independents, like the people in this group, right, who look at Kemp and see a good governor who should keep his job, and then look at Walker and see a mess and someone who has no business being a United States senator. So he's still going to get a good portion of the vote. And there's a long history of that too, right? Voters know that what they're electing someone to do is not to behave impeccably, but but to vote in the Senate. And they believe that his votes would be cast closer to what they prefer. They're probably right about that. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, this is not a candidate who was blowing away the electorate before any of this happened. Let's not forget, Herschel Walker is in this race because of Donald Trump. And a lot of Republicans in Georgia, and certainly nationally, would have liked to see a candidate with a little bit less baggage, a little bit more of a traditional resume. And now that may be boring to people, right? Some stiff who used to be a congressman or whatever. And Walker has the star power of being basically a god to anybody over a certain age in the state of Georgia. But that's not enough for most people. And it does look like Trump's calculation that this was someone whose celebrity would just be so powerful with the voters of the state of Georgia that they wouldn't think about anything else. That certainly doesn't seem to be the case.
You brought up the ticket splitting, and I just want to marinate on that for 1 second. It's just like a thing that is much talked about, that many campaigns, if you're in a state, you've got an unpopular governor or something, like people are always hoping for ticket splitting. It doesn't happen that much. I would say, like 4% of people in those key races in 2020 were decisive, and they voted for Biden and then they voted down ticket for Republicans. Those are the people I was targeting with our Republican voters against Trump stuff, but it's like a pretty small group of people. But this year, if I had to say 2022 was the year of something, I would say it's the year of the ticket splitter. We'll see whether or not this bears out, but I can see a lot of DeWine Ryan voters in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
I can actually see a bunch of Lake Kelly voters in Arizona, which is actually weird to me, but we've seen them in the focus groups. You can see how it happens. People find Carrie Lake to be charismatic. She was in their living room for a long time as a newscaster, but they don't like Blake Masters. They think he's a weird robot, and they're fine with Mark Kelly. They like him fine. Oh, the Shapiro Oz voters.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen a lot of those. I did the pod last week on Pennsylvania with Holly Otterbein, and about half the group was going Oz, and they were all going Shapiro. And so this ticket splitting seems very real, although I think if Kemp's lead is quite large, you need a lot of people to split their ticket in Georgia. But you think that's possible?
Yeah, it's definitely, well, first of all, anything's possible.
Sure. Yeah.
But
Great point.
No, I do think it's possible. I think for all the reasons we've been talking about, this group that we watched was not a bunch of political junkies, not people who were super tuned in. I think part of the reason that ticket splitting has declined is just because people look at two highly ideological and sort of consolidated national parties, and the partisanship is such a part of people's identities nowadays. But then in these kinds of contests, particularly I think when you're talking about governing a state versus governing the country, people do see a distinction there in a lot of cases. But, if a group of people who've managed to still be undecided in mid-October on one of the highest profile, elections in the country, these are not people who are super tuned in. And yet in their minds, there is a distinction between the governor's race and the candidates there and the Senate race and the candidates there. So I wouldn't be surprised at all. And the other thing I would add about that is Georgia is a state that's really in flux politically, right? And I think it's a little bit similar to, I live in Virginia. There's a state that was supposed to be going solid blue until last November when Republicans ran away with it. And so in a state like this, you're dealing with an electorate that's seen a lot of things go upside down recently, right? They've seen the state change hands. They've seen the sort of political complexion of the state and the perception of the state change. They're seeing these massive, highly mobilized campaigns, which you don't get when you're a red state, right? So the level of voter engagement has also changed. It's a growing state, so the population itself has been changing, has been in flux. Obviously, Stacey Abrams has done a lot to register and sign up new voters and change the shape of the electorate that way. It's not a state that is sort of baked into old habits and sees no reason to change.
Yeah, totally. And like, I want to talk about Warnock here, because this group, they clearly like Kemp, but they all also voted like in the Republican primary. Like, they still mostly think of themselves, I guess, as Republicans, and they all voted for Donald Trump for the first time. So Warnock is like climbing a little bit uphill to win over voters like this. So he's got this peanut themed ad that he put out recently that's like aimed squarely at these types of voters. Let's listen.
Every year, 772 billion of these are grown in Georgia.
That's nuts.
That's over half of America's peanut.
Very nuts.
So when foreign countries tried to block us from selling our crop, we needed someone to fight back.
That's why I partnered with a Republican senator from Alabama to eliminate the regulations and stand up for farmers. I'm Raphael Warnock, and I approve this message because I'll do anything if it means helping Georgia.
Now that's really nuts.
I don't even know if I quite understand that ad, but he is running in a red state and he is saying, I'm here for farmers and I like Alabama. Like, well, who do you think are the sort of Kemp Warnock type voters? Like, are they these college educated suburban voters? That ad seems directed at like farmers and almost more sort of rural Georgians. Like, who do you think are the Kemp Warnock voters?
I think that ad is directed at the kind of swing voters that you're envisioning. It's college educated suburban voters, many of them white, but the suburbs are diversifying, and Atlanta has very diverse suburbs. But, you know, I think that ad is less about the actual sort of banjo plucking peanut shuckers voting for Warnock and more about getting white people, frankly, to see him as a candidate that it's okay to support. You know, politics in the Deep South is so heavily racialized. You know, in a lot of Deep South states like Alabama, more or less every black voter is a Democrat and every white voter is a Republican, and it's a very sharp split. So I think, you know, Warnock did this really successfully in his first campaign 2 years ago. Hard to believe it's only been 2 years, but you know, he had the ad with the puppies where he's, you know, wearing a vest and convincing people that he's literally a candidate who likes puppies and therefore you shouldn't believe all the nasty stuff people are saying about him. And I thought it was interesting in this focus group how difficult it was to break through voters' universal cynicism, right? They look at the whole political process as corrupt and dirty. Warnock's got a little bit of baggage, Walker's got a lot, but they look at that and say, well, both of these guys are liars. I don't know who to believe. And this was something that Trump really was able to turn to his advantage, right? There's always a what about, or there's always a cloud of scandal over everyone. So how can you say that anyone is particularly better or worse? But, you know, for all of the scandals that Walker has endured, it still took a lot to break through to these people.
Yeah, and I'll just note, to your point about the racialization, the Alabama senator he's talking about is Tommy Tuberville, who was just on stage last weekend. What do you say? The Democrats want reparations because they think the people that do the crime are owed that. So I guess he will work with anybody, because I think that was clear what Tuberville was trying to say there. So let's hear what the groups, because to your point, in terms of how they were thinking about Warnock, let's listen.
One thing that I do like that he does is he's not a strict Democrat. He does go across the party lines a lot if he believes in the cause. And I think that's a very positive quality of a politician.
Etiquette-wise, he's very approachable, but I don't know as far as rubber meeting the road that he goes across the aisle too much. I'm just feeling like he's followed suit with the Democrat agenda through and through on Biden and other things. But he has done a good job going out to Georgia businesses. And I've seen some press releases about him visiting and taking the time out to look into specific needs in certain industries and stuff. And in that case, I would say he's done a great job.
I feel like Raphael, he's done well. And I feel like he holds himself pretty well and he's good with debates. You know, but I also feel like that there's always like some sort of trap, right? That everyone's kind of getting caught in between. So I don't know. I am more always like leaning towards Warnock, but I also did, vote for Trump.
The trick for people like Warnock and also like Mark Kelly in Arizona, right, is they're trying to distance themselves from national Democrats. Like, it's not just getting white people to vote for you. It's also getting Republicans to vote for you when they're really mad at Democrats right now. But like, people in the group had this sense that he bucked the national party. And I think it's obviously because of ads like the peanut ad, where he's like specifically touting his ability to work with Republicans, but they just also kind of see him as an independent guy. Did you get that sense that people kind of viewed him not as just like a Joe Biden Democrat?
It's clear from this group that there are a lot of voters who believe that, and that's obviously an important thing. And, voters care so much about a politician's tone and demeanor. It matters what they're saying, but voters also are so perceptive about, like, do you seem nice, right? Do you present yourself well? When you speak, do you seem mad about everything? Or are you sort of saying it with a smile? And so, I've covered so many politicians over the years whose opponents were trying to make the case that they were evil and extreme and had all of these like crazy positions. But if the guy's in an ad with some puppies and speaks with a smile, voters just will not believe it. So that's a big part of it too, is creating this image with people that you're a nice guy. And that goes a long way.
So one of the other things that was clear in this group is people seem to be aware of like Walker's messy personal history and some of the really horrible things in his past. But they also, some of them knew that Warnock had his own incident where his wife had alleged that he'd run over her foot in the driveway while they were having an argument. I think he was never charged with anything. In fact, the first responders found no evidence of injury on his wife's foot, but there is this real attempt to sort of raise that equivalence as a kind of what about, like, oh, these guys are the same. They both have these allegations from wives. Let's listen.
But the question is, with Warnock, he's got a lot more credibility the way he presents himself right now than Walker. But I think Walker's values would be more in line with what we need. So there's the confliction there. But my question I keep asking is, Walker rehabilitated really? With all the stories and the lies, in that regard, Warnock has a domestic violence charge in the past. But how long ago? Was this decades ago or was this 6 months ago?
I mean, that's horrible that they have that background, honestly. So I would just go based on their agenda.
With Walker, it just keeps coming up with him. And like I said, he's not showing any type of redemption. At least Warnock shows some type of redemption. I'm not trying to be the judge here, but it's more of a feeling that I get.
Even though they both have domestic violence charges, I think there's severity there's different levels of them. And when you point a gun at someone's head and hold it there and you do it multiple times, I think that's a little different than maybe like pushing somebody off you or restraining them. It's a whole nother level of violence.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they seem to understand or have a sense that, like, okay, there's one allegation against Warnock that's like kind of muddy and doesn't sound great, but like there's an avalanche of evidence against Walker. But like, obviously the Republicans are trying to what about? They're trying to make it like equivalent so that people say, they're both kind of scumbags, so I'm just going to vote for the person who shares my political sensibilities. So do you think that they'll be effective at muddying the waters here, or is the accumulation of evidence against Walker just titanic?
Well, so a couple things. I think, like you said, it is striking that most of these voters did have a sense of proportion about the two candidates. Like, it wasn't an equivalence for them for the most part, although you did have that one woman saying they're both damaged, so I'm just going to vote based on their agenda because I sort of can't distinguish who's worse behavior-wise. But the other thing it tells me is we've seen Warnock has tried to stay out of the Walker scandals. He hasn't done ads about them. He has not engaged with the issue on the campaign trail when he's been asked about it. And I get that, on the one hand, voters see it as unseemly if you lean heavily into something like that when your opponent has a scandal. But on the other hand, you don't have a lot of people making the connection between Walker's alleged behavior and his fitness to be a senator or his truthfulness, right? Had some voters there connecting the dots saying he just lies so much, I don't feel like he can trust him. That's not a message that we've really heard from Warnock or the Warnock campaign to draw a connection and say it's not just that this guy has a troubled history, but it's that this is someone who you can't believe what comes out of his mouth. So even if you feel like he shares your values, are you going to trust what he's doing up there in the Senate?
Right. Yep. So in this group, out of the 8 people, all of whom were going to vote for Kemp, 7 were going to go Warnock, including the woman whose voice we heard talking about, well, they're both bad. From a group perspective, like that's all but 1 are saying they're going to be Kemp Warnock voters. But the most interesting part to me was the guy who from the beginning was going to go Walker, like, and had a really specific reason. We've heard his clips through much of the show where he's talking about how, look, I just think Walker's going to vote more in line on the economy for what I want. And so I know he's a mess and I know it's terrible, but I'm going to vote for Walker. But by the end, after having talked about it for 90 minutes, here's what he said at the end.
I mean, after talking, I would have said Walker at the beginning, but, after thinking about it, I think, I don't know, Walker's a wild card. I might go more towards Warnock just because this is surprising me, but he's done okay. He hasn't, what I call with politics, crash the car. That's my rule. Don't crash the car. And he's done a good job. And I think that if he stayed the road and path, it wouldn't be the worst thing ever, right? Walker, I like the way I think he's going to vote, but he might crash the car. Like very early on, he might just run that thing off a cliff. I don't know.
I thought that guy was great just because he really did. He had a theory of the case coming in, which is Walker, because he's going to vote the way I like. And by the end, he was just like, I don't know, this guy is a disaster. And he knew all of that in the beginning. It was just after thinking about it for a little bit. And it seemed to me like this is the guy you got to get. Totally. The guy who's sort of, if he hasn't been thinking about it too much, it's like, well, I just want the guy who's going to vote like me. But I thought about it for a minute. And actually, this guy can't go into the Senate. That's crazy.
This was also a guy who was very down on Biden and the Democrats, right? This was someone who absolutely did believe that Biden had crashed the car, felt that he'd voted for Biden to get rid of Trump, but it had just been a disaster. I think he was one of the ones who said he'd vote for Trump again. So this is not someone who's favorably disposed to the Democrats. And like you're saying, you can really just hear him laying out the factors in how cross-pressured he is, where on the one hand, he understands that he wants a senator who's going to push back on the Biden agenda. He wants to put someone in Washington who's going to say to Biden and the Democrats, no, stop, you're hurting us. But then as he thought about it more and more, these personal considerations and the actual quality of the candidates at issue, and not for nothing, the fact that Warnock hadn't done anything to lose his support, that became more and more important to him.
Yeah, that was the part that to me really stood out, which was how mad he was at Biden, but he was like, but Warnock's doing fine. Which I would say in this group of low information voters, and I don't mean low information negatively, I just mean people who do not live and breathe politics and they're not following it super closely. And I view that as a perfect moral good.
Of psychologically healthy voters who have better things to do than read about politics all the time.
So as I say low information voters, people think I'm being mean. I'm like, no, I have a healthy regard for low information voters. Good for them for living lives and not doing what we do. But like, this is where the benefit of incumbency really plays, is when people are like, yeah, but this guy's fine. I don't need to replace this guy, especially because that's the hurdle for Walker, is that he has to say there's a great reason to replace this guy with me. And so when Walker's so scandal plagued, for guys like this who say, I don't know, Warnock's been fine, I think that makes the bar higher. You got to give him a real reason to change. And I think that could be the saving grace there.
This just occurred to me, but you're totally right. I think part of the case that a non-Walker Republican candidate could make against someone like Warnock is, look, this guy's only been in politics for 2 years. He's sort of an accidental senator, depending on how you figure, right? There was an opportunity to make the case against him as inexperienced or not knowing what he's doing or something like that. But the fact that Walker is so much more politically inexperienced / less qualified makes it impossible for him to really make that case against Warnock that I think otherwise might have been persuasive to some people.
So these are, again, Trump 16, Biden 2020. But we asked them, if you had to vote again, they run head to head in 24, how would people vote? And I got to tell you, this is happening in group after group with these swing voters. It's just a real red flag. I've been saying it on this pod and others for a while. In this group, it was 4 people for Trump, 2 people for Biden, and 2 people who refused to answer. And that is a problem for Democrats and people like me. There's real backsliding because it didn't used to happen. I mean, I've been asking swing voters about Biden for forever. And the one thing I could sort of rely on is that as mad as they were at Biden, they still didn't regret their vote. Like that was just something that I saw, for the first year and change. No, people are like, no, I'm still glad it's Biden. I wouldn't want to deal with Trump again. Not anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it didn't surprise me too much. I've certainly encountered these kinds of attitudes in the wild. As you said, increasingly now versus like a year ago when sort of the shock of the Trump era was still fresh to people. But Democrats and the Biden campaign, if there ends up being one, need to understand that this is how people feel. I think a lot of Democrats sort of look at the polls and see the president's approval rating and rationalize it in some way. Oh, people don't really dislike him, right? Maybe people are disappointed or apathetic or whatever else, but surely no one out there is really this down on good old Joe Biden. People are very unhappy. And the main source of their unhappiness was the feeling of not being in control. They felt like they elected him to restore a sense of order to the world, and yet things just kept being screwy and getting worse. And they're not just talking about where their 401k is headed. They're talking about the feeling of chaos that's out there. They don't feel like Biden fixed that. So, yeah, it is a big red flag when and if this president decides to run for office again. He's really going to have to come to terms with the fact that for a lot of voters, no matter what he does now, he didn't fix the one thing he was elected to fix. The other thing I would say is this tells you why so many Republicans are happy that Trump's not on Twitter anymore, because people have really, I think the longer time goes on, the more distance people get from that feeling of sort of just like, white knuckle, constant political chaos, which people hated so much about Trump. Not everyone, but many people disliked about the Trump era. They don't want that feeling of chaos back. And the fact that Trump is sort of out of sight, out of mind for the most part, makes it easier for them to remember the good parts and not the bad parts.
When I see this happen in the groups, I do have to remember that's because Trump is not like blaring in their ears right now. Like, I wonder how much it would hold up if Trump was sort of back center stage for them. But you can't ignore the fact that a lot of people are in that place. But the other interesting thing to me about it is just the fact that normally being that down on the current president would really translate into just total disaster for that president's party. And people really do seem to be disaggregating Biden from the individual candidates on the Democratic side, which is just a very unusual phenomenon in politics. So, Molly Ball, thank you so much for being here and talking about Georgia with us. We really appreciate all your reporting and what you brought to this conversation. And thanks to all of you for listening to another episode of The Focus Group. We will see you again next week. We are 3 weeks out from the election. We got a few more excellent episodes. Don't forget to go leave a comment or a rating on iTunes, and we will catch you next week. Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and this week we are talking about the Arizona governor's race. Now, if there is any race in the country this year that keeps me up at night, it is this one. Now, Joe Biden won Arizona by 10,000 votes in 2020, which means two things. This governor's race is a toss-up, and whoever wins is likely to preside over a close presidential election in 2024. Now, if you're a regular listener of this podcast, you probably know by now, Kari Lake, the Republican nominee for governor, has said she wouldn't have certified the 2020 election. Putting the certification of the next presidential election in her hands could get dicey fast. She's not talked about the 2020 election as much since winning her primary, but she still won't say she'd accept her own defeat. Her opponent, Democratic Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, refuses to debate her. Democrats are worried this race is slipping away. Lake leads by less than a point in the latest 538 average. There's also a very important Secretary of State race. Not only does the Secretary of State oversee and certify elections, but they are first in the line of succession for the governorship because Arizona doesn't have a lieutenant governor. The Republican nominee for Secretary of State, Mark Finchem, is just as, if not more, crazy than Kari Lake. But what do our swing voters think of these extreme candidates? And again, we are talking to people who voted for Trump in 2016 and then refused to vote for him in 2020. We have a really awesome guest for today. He's a Republican who's been on the front lines of combating all the falsehoods about the 2020 election, and he's the county election official for about 60% of Arizonans. Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer. Stephen, huge thanks for taking the time. I assume you are busy right now running an election, so thank you so much for being here.
Oh, thanks for having me. Yeah, anything for you, but yes, it is busy time right now.
So listen, right now there's a lot of reports coming out from Georgia about like record turnout in the state. You guys also have early voting that has started out there in Arizona. What has turnout looked like for you guys so far?
So far, it's lagging a little bit behind where we would ordinarily be. And it might be because we have extraordinarily long ballots this season. Many ballots in Maricopa County have over 75 contests on them. We have 10 statewide initiatives. We have a lot of judicial retention elections. We have bonds. We have measures. And then, of course, we have hotly contested races. But I think people have more information typically on the politicians' races.
Interesting. So you said back in August that your job can be psychologically unfun. So just give our audience just a level set, a quick rundown of what your job is, the recorder's job entails, and what it's been like for you as a Republican pushing back against election denialism there in your state.
Yeah, the recorder's office is an office of about 150 full-time employees, and we have three main statutory functions. We record over 1 million documents a year. Most of it relates to real estate, but this is anything that you would want in the public record in Maricopa County. The second is voter registration. We are the registrar of voters, and we maintain the voter registration database. We have about 2.4 million registered voters in Maricopa County. They divide roughly a third between Republicans, Democrats, and independents. And we are the second largest voting jurisdiction in the United States behind only Los Angeles County. And as Sarah mentioned, we make up about 61% of the voting population of Arizona. The third component is election administration. And that's obviously been a hot topic, and no place has had more attention than Maricopa County over the last year and a half, in part because we were such a close state in the 2020 presidential contest, in part because we're an evolving state politically, and in part because we had members of the political body here who continued to indulge the falsehood that the election was somehow compromised or stolen from former President Trump. And we even engaged in a months-long, multi-million-dollar endeavor led by conspiracy theorist amateurs that kept us front and center in the conversation regarding the stolen election theory.
I gotta ask you, did the cyber ninjas, did they look like ninjas?
No, they looked like ordinary guys, which was perhaps all part of their clever ruse. But, they caused some real trouble, and it had real world ramifications. Some of the things that they would allege would immediately translate into allegations against my office, threats against the people in my office, threats against me. The FBI has recently arrested 2 people who have made death threats to county employees, including me. Both of those were made as a result of something that the cyber ninjas had alleged regarding the elections.
So I guess when you said that sometimes your job is psychologically unfun, you mean that you standing up for truth and not engaging in these conspiracy theories has brought real life impact as people sort of threaten you for not being an election denier.
That And I'm operating in a world that is wholly unfamiliar to me, that is a world of passion and faith and less a world of facts and logic. And that's unfamiliar waters for me. And then there's a whole industry that is politically or economically incentivized to continue to attack my office, to continue to sow doubt in the election system. And if I'm being calm and collected about it, then I would say it's nothing personal. It's just that's where the money is right now. But it is very wearying, and people are trying to make it nearly impossible to administer elections in this important county.
Yeah, and I guess I should just say on a personal note that I know Stephen, and one of the reasons I know Stephen is that he has been just a total champion of tamping down the hyperbole, but explaining to people calmly and rationally over and over and over again, the election was not stolen. And your Twitter feed is just a font of you trying to sort of calmly explain, here's how the election's going to go. Ballots are going out. Like you trying to educate people in this very neutral way. And I appreciate that because it's dwindling among the ranks of many people on the Republican side. And so you have been just a steadfast champion, and I'm a great admirer of yours. But let's jump in here to the focus group. We're going to begin by talking about a bit of national news. So we did this group in Arizona the evening of the last January 6th committee hearing. Now, we know from our Trump voters, who we talked to a lot, that they sort of denounced these hearings as a dog and pony show. But even for these swing voters, they were kind of mixed on whether the hearings were worthwhile. Let's listen.
I think they're showing clear evidence of what went on. And, I think that all the evidence, particularly that they showed today, where he had these speeches written back in July and October before the election even took place, that he was going to say he won. To me, that's just really scary. I just don't think you can label it a witch hunt. I mean, there's very clear evidence.
Couldn't have said it any better. I agree.
I was really appalled by January 6th. I actually watched it when it was happening, and I couldn't believe it was happening. So I do believe somebody should be held accountable. I don't know if this is a Trump witch hunt or not. I don't know. I don't
think it's a Trump witch hunt.
I guess it has to be done. I'm probably not real interested in it either, and trusting the outcome. Yeah, it's very political, so I don't know. But something had to be done, I think, because it was terrible.
I don't trust the committee. I mean, from what I know of it, it sounds like they wanted to have some Republicans on it, and then they wouldn't let them on, and they handpicked who they wanted on it. So it's a one-sided thing. I don't know how much truth is going to come out of it, and how much fairness is going to come out of it. So, I mean, it's too one-sided, I think.
So what's the point? I mean, seriously, God, it's nice to bring all this out in the open. Can we keep it from happening again? Pull together, move forward. Geez, isn't there enough to worry about? I think they made their case. I don't think we need to drag him in and have another dog and pony show.
Everybody's so full of shit. It's hard for me to just zero in and listen to anybody because I'm at the point where if you're a politician and you're talking, if your mouths are moving, you're lying.
All right. So mixed responses from our swing voters. And I'll just say, so oftentimes in our swing voters, you'll have people who voted for Trump in 2016 and then voted for Biden in 2020. In this group, some of them voted for Biden. Some of them went third party or wrote somebody in or left it blank. So it's kind of a mixed group, but important because of the narrow margins to know these are the swing voters. So listening to them, Stephen, I am constantly struck by voters where they've just lost faith in institutions. Sometimes when people ask me, what's one of the dominant themes? I mean, it is just the collapse in trust and faith in the media and institutions. You are somebody who has been trying, I think, very diligently to build trust in the election system in Arizona. How are you approaching that?
With a lot of work, a lot of effort. That's the one thing I can control. But as was reflected in that conversation, and I listened to the whole hour and a half of it, is I sometimes wonder, prompted by people like you, Sarah, if it's a Sisyphean endeavor, whether the stolen election crowd has metastasized and there's no convincing them otherwise. when I get into that mentality, I try to say, well, forget about the past, because all the people in that focus group said they didn't want to hear anything more about the 2020 election. And so I guess I take heart in that, and let's just provide good information, provide tours, provide videos, provide accessibility, provide transparency, humanize the process moving forward, because I do think that we have diminishing marginal returns on the 2020 election. And so we try to make our information as forward-focused as possible.
All right, let's dive into the governor's race. I would say that this group had a generally negative impression of Kari Lake, but that doesn't mean that they were all automatically going to vote against her. Let's listen.
Kari Lake is a nut job. She is...
Tell us what you really think.
She's a right of right. I don't think she's in touch with anybody that is even close to even conservative, let alone moderate. I mean, she is so far to the right that, I mean, I think she will destroy Arizona if she has the opportunity. And unfortunately, our legislature will feed right into her politics. So she scares the hell out of me. And I hope that there's a chance that she will not win. But unfortunately, right now, polling is looking like she is leading from what I see.
I will do anything to not vote for her. She is a MAGA nut job. She's so far to the right that she's off the platform. And I'm pretty much, I agree with, I'd rather have Katie Hobbs do nothing to very little than screw us over. She's a brown-nosing MAGA Trumper, and I cannot stand election deniers.
I just wish that we'd have a good nominee coming up on 2024. I noticed that in the Arizona election here, that seems like the Republicans that we have a choice of now seem to be a little bit nuts as well. And will I probably vote for them? Yes, out of my pure principle, but I want to see what everyone else thinks.
This whole thing with the abortions, come on. What are we doing? How many years are we going back? Makes me want to go back to New York.
That guy who said he'd vote for the nuts Republican candidate was a Kari Lake Mark Kelly voter. So I'm still on my split ticket hobby horse here. Stephen, so as I said at the top, I am deeply worried about Kari Lake winning the governorship, especially if she brings Mark Fincham along as Secretary of State. So can you just talk about the mechanics of certification? Like if Kari Lake refuses to certify and she's got a Secretary of State in Mark Fincham who refuses to certify like a 2024 election, how does that work? What will happen if that occurs?
I don't know. We'd be in unprecedented territory, uncharted waters. Elections are administered at the county level. We have 15 counties in Arizona. As mentioned, Maricopa County makes up more than half of the voting population, by far the biggest county. Elections are first certified at the county level by the various boards of supervisors. Once all 15 boards of supervisors have done that, then it goes up to the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, and the Governor. And the statutory language on this is that they shall certify the various reports from the 15 counties. I haven't explored how much license, how much latitude that those three officers have to challenge that. The Secretary of State is often called the Chief Elections Officer of the state of Arizona, and so I think that there is a certain amount of license. But the ramifications on elections are far broader than simply certifying or not certifying the election. We have many state legislators who are on the ballot, who have advanced past the primary stage, who have made their entire reason for being election reform, fundamentally changing the election system. And I think it is very possible that if joined with Governor Lake, that Arizona elections don't look anything like they've looked for the past 30 years.
Yeah, this is my big worry. As part of it is when you say uncharted waters, is like, we haven't been here before. And I get sort of asked this question all the time. It's like, well, what happens if we've got all these election deniers across the country certifying elections? The answer is like, I don't know. We get plunged into chaos. That really is the alarming part. But I also get asked a lot. People are like, well, Kari Lake is so extreme, and she says she won't, certify elections. But, there's plenty of Republicans who are still going to vote for her. In fact, I think she is outperforming the Republican on the Senate side, Blake Masters. And I think the reason for that is in part because she was a television personality in the state. She was a newscaster, which is a high trust position, a high trust relationship with the audience. But also, it seems to have something to do with her opponent, Katie Hobbs. And I'll just say for the record, this group broke 7-2 for Hobbs. So there were 2 Lake voters, but even though they think she's a little nuts, they just sort of object to putting Democrats in charge. Let's listen.
I look back at the pandemic and you look at what the Democrat governors did in states versus Republican, and I definitely don't want Arizona to end up with the Democratic governor if this happens again. I mean, they shut their states down. They took people's rights away. They closed everything. They're still in chaos. And then you look at the Republican states, and even Arizona, we were free. We didn't run around with masks on when we didn't need to be. And, masks don't work anyway with the virus. It's been crazy with the pandemic, and I'm so grateful we live in a Republican state right now. It didn't have to deal with all the nonsense. Kari Lake is a bit on the wacky side. I mean, I'm not going to deny that. She's gets a little carried away sometimes. But if I look at the big picture, I can deal with her getting a little bit carried away as long as I have my Second Amendment rights, the border's secure, law enforcement's there to protect us, and criminals aren't going to be released.
I think just with this blue wave of where they get more money out of taxes, but I don't see the roads any better there, any kind of services there better than it currently is here. I think us being pretty much a Republican state, I don't think there's anything wrong with the way things are going to have a Democrat in that leader position.
So this is one of those things where, look, the group of swing voters, it broke for Hobbs, but there were people who were talking basically about the fundamentals, right? Where they wanted to provide a check on Democrats. They have a lot of things that they don't like about Democrats. This is just what Democrats are up against. And I think in a state like Arizona, where it's so narrow, the margins are so narrow, if you're losing, 2 out of the 9 swing voters, actually that's even though a majority are going for Hobbs, it's tough. You really can't afford to lose anybody. So part of it's the fundamentals, but then I think the other issue is Katie Hobbs, Kari Lake's opponent. And I got to say, so when I think about Arizona compared to, say, a state like Pennsylvania in their governor's race, Kari Lake and Doug Mastriano are sort of similar types of crazy. And voters know it. But these swing voters are more open to Lake. And part of that reason is that they're just not that hot on Katie Hobbs. Whereas in Pennsylvania, for example, you get, Josh Shapiro, the Democratic nominee for governor. People really liked him affirmatively. He's got all kinds of things about him that they're for. And so as a result, he's crushing Doug Mastriano right now in the polling. But Katie Hobbs is neck and neck and maybe even a little bit behind Kari Lake. Let's listen to voters talk about Katie Hobbs.
I think Katie is the least offensive, I guess. I'd rather be in the center and have her do nothing than to see what Lake will do and destroy this state.
I don't think she'll hurt us too much. I don't think she's going to do anything good for the border. I don't like the idea of supporting sanctuary cities, things like that. But I don't know if she can accomplish that anyway. So, it's just the extreme other side is what scares me more, I think. And we probably will still have a Republican state-led, government. So other than the governor, so I don't know what she can get done.
The border is wide open. Drugs are pouring across. It's, Hobbs, I don't think is going to do anything about the border. Lake is supporting law enforcement. I think Lake's going to support law enforcement. Hobbs isn't.
Being the Secretary of State, she was in the room and she does know how it operates. And Kari Lake would have to get up to speed. It would take her a while. Even if Hobbs does nothing, at least she would know the workings of the government.
So here's what's interesting to me. Carrie Lake has made election denialism sort of central to her candidacy. She's got this clip actually where she talks about President Trump saying to her, you know, Carrie, what I love about you is every conversation we have, you bring it right back to the election being stolen. And so she talks, she's an election denier. Katie Hobbs is the acting Secretary of State. She oversaw the 2020 election. I remember that's the first time I ever heard of her because she was talking about what I guess got dubbed Sharpie Gate at the time. And she was on there explaining how the election looked. And so I guess what's weird to me is that Hobbs hasn't been able to sort of put Carrie Lake on defense for her election denialism. Like, it seems like she's in just this position to be a really robust advocate for the fact that the last election was free and fair, that she had a big role in it. And I just wonder, like, why is that?
Well, they don't interact that much, as the participants of the focus group noted that there has been no debate. I don't know that there has been even much sort of tit for tat, even in the online ecosystem. So they've both been operating, I think, in separate silos. And so, you know, I would say it's more been local media, national media who have tried to go after Lake for election denialism, but I think that some people think she adroitly handles that and responds in a punchy manner. And certainly for me, it's exasperating because I know why every single claim is false. But that's been sort of one of the philosophies of this whole movement, is just keep throwing stuff on the wall and overwhelm the voter, and some of it might sound good.
And you're a Republican there in the state. And so I don't want to draw you into like the horse race politics commentary, but I am interested in what you as a Republican who's been kind of pushing back the election denialism, but who, you know, I think Carrie Lake said she wanted you would be in jail, or some of the Republicans did. Like, if Carrie Lake wins, what does your life look like?
I think it becomes challenging, and what I've tried to convey to people that I'm the canary in the coal mine, and I'm sure we all have lots of interests, and I know that there are pressing concerns in other areas, whether it's inflation or whether it's the border. But from my perspective, living in this day to day, the amount of pressure that is being put on election administration right now is so immense, and that's with a governor who fundamentally doesn't put any stock in this theory, with an attorney general who in private doesn't put any stock in this theory. That all could change, and I think that it could disrupt the electoral system, and you know, all bets are off at that point.
You must have worked with Katie Hobbs during the 2020 election to some degree, or after, like right now. Do you think she's been like a good Secretary of State?
I work primarily with her staff. Her staff is capable. Her staff is sensible. I think that we've done a nice job as a team, both the 15 counties and the Secretary of State. You know, I always have things that, you know, I might do differently, but you know, we've been able to negotiate and handle those disagreements, those differences, I think in a professional manner. And I think that we've put forward a good product. I think we had a very successful August primary, and I'm confident that things are going to, from an administrative standpoint, be solid for this November general election. And so if you judge a person by the people that she surrounds herself with or the people that she hires, then I think that there's a lot to be said for Secretary Hobbs.
Okay, great. You did mention something, though, earlier about the fact that Katie Hobbs has refused to debate Carrie Lake. This has me, I just think it's a catastrophic blunder to refuse to debate Lake. And so did the voters in the focus group. Let's listen.
Some of you guys have some good justification of picking Hobbs, but I keep on going back to Hobbs not debating Carrie Lake. I think that's the big part of politics. And if she is a seasoned or professional politician, she should know that debating is the issue. Her excuse is because Carrie Lake will make a mockery out of the whole debate and just won't be able to control her. I look at it more like if there's some sort of conflict and we need our governor to speak up or do anything with Mexico or another state or something, that if she can't debate a nut job like Carrie Lake, in her opinion, then, how is she going to handle any kind of other situation with that? I mean, I think it would be good to show someone like me that if Hobbs stood up to her, even though Carrie's acting nuts, I would probably lean more towards Hobbs if I saw Carrie Lake doing that. But Hobbs isn't doing that. I just don't like how she's not debating her. I think should be a rule, honestly.
I'd like to listen to what her policies are on these different hot topics right now. And maybe I'm wrong on something, and a debate would clarify their stances on things. So, I mean, you never know. I mean, she could say something and Carrie Lake could go really off the deep end, and I would maybe swing Hobbs' way, but it depends on, the content of it and what their stance is on it.
Hobbs knows how things work. She was the target of so much pro-Trump stuff after the election and under so much pressure, like every other official in this state and in states where he didn't win. And, I get it. Like, why do you want to debate someone who is just off the rails? It doesn't give you a chance to say anything.
So what I heard there is that there were 2 Lake voters who were persuadable potentially for Hobbs, but they were sticking with Lake because Katie Hobbs refuses to debate, which makes me very upset. But, I guess taking the third person, that woman's point about the fact that, every chance you give Carrie Lake is a chance for her to lie. And that's what she's done in the other debates, like the primary debates. So it's unproductive. And I think that's what Katie Hobbs has said about why she wouldn't do it. But what do you think? Because you're somebody who just believes in information. So do you think it was a mistake for Katie Hobbs not to debate Carrie Lake?
Well, I'd like to debate. I'd love
you
to
want to
have
debate
the
Carrie
forum.
Lake?
Yeah, I'd love to debate anyone who continues to spout this nonsense, just because the facts are all on my side. I like to think I'm a reasonably articulate person, and I'm not afraid of people. So put me in, coach. I'm ready to go, and it would be moderately amusing as well, which, politics as entertainment is a whole industry these days, so why not? What struck me about the focus group was that everyone was aware and that they had an opinion. I was under the impression that nobody really cared about debates on the local level. Aside from a presidential debate, nobody really paid that much attention. And it was mostly just rallying to the flag, confirmation bias, and that only the political inside class would be obsessed with the decision to debate or not. But this certainly suggests that it spread beyond that, and that this is something that, normal Arizonans are contemplating and even factoring into their decision calculus, though I don't know that it was dispositive for any of the members of the focus group in terms of setting their vote.
Yeah, I think that's right. Although, here's my beef with it. Your point about who pays attention to the debates, right? It's like we asked this group if they had watched the Senate debate, right? Because there'd been a Kelly Masters debate and they hadn't really watched it. And to your point, and that's why I think that Hobbs should have debated, because I don't think it was going to make a material difference one way or the other. Because look, Carrie Lake rhetorically is very talented. She's been on television for a long time. We have a couple of instances actually across these races where, the Fetterman-Oz matchup. I think Oz is a buffoon, but he's been on television for years and years. And actually, when you watch him on stage, he's quite good. And Carrie Lake is also quite good. She does this code switching, right, where she can seem to sort of talk normie to normies and talk crazy to crazies. She spends much more of her time on the crazy side. But there's no doubt, she is compelling, she's charismatic, and I guess I can sort of understand, though it does not justify sort of not getting in the ring with her. But I think if Hobbs had done it, however it had gone, it would be better than having the narrative solidify that Hobbs won't debate Lake, because that makes her look weak. I cannot tell you how obsessed these voters are across all the focus groups with kind of strength and weakness. The national programs are putting her on because she's making for great TV. And everywhere she goes, she accuses Hobbs of being too afraid to debate her. And I just think that overall is hurting Hobbs. The other thing I think is that even though that Katie Hobbs has been Secretary of State, and even though she's been, sort of well known, I think, because she was on TV a lot during the last
They
election.
didn't have any formed opinions of her.
They didn't. That's right. They have this, and the people talk about Hobbs the way they talk about, just to draw a comparison, Kamala Harris, which is kind of a like, where is she? I don't see very much of her. I don't know that much about her. And so if you're the one who's not very defined, like, you've got to go debate. Anyway, I'll stop. I'll get off my whole.
Your focus group made it sound like a referendum on Carrie Lake more than a commentary on Katie Hobbs. And one thing, I'm not the political strategist. You are, and others who are very good at this, can determine, whether or not it was the right strategy. But one of the things that I've been struck by is that I watched the Attorney General's debate, I watched the Secretary of State debate, and they're so preposterously short. There's 30 minutes with the moderator. You have an opening statement, you have a closing statement, you have it for both sides, such that the amount of damage that you can do to yourself is really pretty limited, because you can hardly get a word in edgewise and really can't debate any point very substantively. So that might factor into whether or not this was the right decision or not. But I don't know, and I haven't given it much thought, and I don't know that my thought would be worth all that much beyond my own personal perception.
That's okay. Well, I have lots of thoughts for this one.
Okay, very good.
I can
Fire
make
away.
up for both of us on this particular point. So you mentioned that there was a Secretary of State debate. Actually, I want to talk a little bit about this Secretary of State race. So 6 out of the 9 people in this group, including one of the Lake voters, knew that they were going to vote for Adrian Fontes, who's the Democrat. And they said things like insane and anti-Semitic about Mark Fincham, which is all true. He is insane and anti-Semitic. To me, the prospect of Fincham running elections in a swing state is like the scariest thing. I've got a little mashup here of some of Fincham's best hits.
We know it, and they know it. Donald Trump won. It is time for us, the Arizona legislature, to move those counties which are irredeemably compromised into the "you're decertified" section. This is how the people can get justice.
I suspect that Donald Trump probably won by at least the margin that Ronald Reagan won, if not greater.
What we have in Arizona, in my opinion, based upon the evidence, is an election that is irredeemably compromised, and we can't declare a winner. And that's where that is the position that we should take. And frankly, I believe that we should decertify our electors.
Okay.
Ooh, wow. Well, all that is as inaccurate as 2 + 2 = 5. But I got to admit, that background music had me sort of jazzed up to get on board there at the beginning.
Well, that's bad. I get what, really? The music won you over?
It was inspiring. It was the uplifting. Yes, let's rally to the flag. I guess I'm a base emotional creature, just like so many.
Well, let's talk about you here specifically, because Fincham is running against Adrian Fontes, the guy you beat for the recorder's office in 2020, which means you clearly would have some complaints about Fontes' record because you ran against him. So, how do you think about this race now as a voter?
That the world works in mysterious ways, and my wife is more than a little bit amused. And this one has been really interesting for me, and it's put me sort of in a perplexing situation. And what I've done is just tried to handle it as professionally as possible. But the one thing that we're consistent on is we tell the truth. And if somebody says something wrong, if somebody says something inaccurate about the elections process or about historical elections, then we're going to continue to correct the record, because as much about defending democracy as this office has become, it's also just about defending the historical record and just the weird contortions of truths that are just being permitted. Yes, offensively with the 2020 election, but also in other contexts as well. And so that's something that sort of motivated me, and it has been what I've grabbed onto in this particular race. But it's been a weird one for me.
You're the best. Hey, listen, I have one sort of last question about people there in Arizona. So I have been kind of fascinated by this notion that Kari Lake has been on the TV for a very long time as a news anchor. And in some ways, I keep going back and forth. Like in some ways, I'm sort of shocked that she's doing as well as she is and absolutely in a position to win, even though she's so extreme. On the flip side, I guess there's part of me that is a little surprised she's not doing better just because it seems like Hobbs has been more absent. Lake has done a lot to develop her national profile. And more importantly, she's famous in the state. And so she's got a lot of name ID. Like, do you have like a long history with her? Do you have did you watch her on the TV? Tell me what it's like to be an Arizona voter and how you would have thought about Kari Lake prior to her running.
No, I don't actually. She's one of the few people running in politics that I hadn't had the opportunity to meet previously, and that's because she's so new to the game. She's new to the conservative movement, too. Really, this was something that it was an awakening she had in, I don't know, what was it, 2018, 2019? So I know all the repeat players, all the regular attendees of, the Federalist Society meetings, the Republican Party meetings, the conventions, those who work on campaigns, et cetera, et cetera. But, part of her appeal is that she has come from outside of that world and that she is actually hostile to that world as represented by the Ducey world, the Flake world, the McCain world. And so I don't know her, but I do speak with people who have had either a career with her or a friendship with her, and they are consistently amazed by the transformation, and they tell me that it is genuine, that it's not just Stephen Colbert playing a caricature just to I don't know, stir some emotions or stir a passion or take advantage of an opportunity. And so that's what I regularly hear, but I don't know her.
Yeah, but what about just in terms of her being on the TV there in Arizona? Like, do you feel like voters have a pre-existing relationship with her? Because that's what I've heard in some of these groups. Like, you heard it in this group, right? The moderator asked if they had seen her on TV, and like a couple of guys commented on like how hot she was. And I guess I'm wondering how widespread that is. Like, how famous is she in the state? In terms of people having this relationship with her as a newscaster.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that too. She was in my living room for X number of years and sort of thing. I don't know. I don't form relationships with people that I haven't ever met. But I also wasn't a local news consumer. I read my news, and so I'll admit that I'm perhaps not the typical consumer in that respect. And so, I do think that there's really something to it, and it's certainly something that she has capitalized on. And just going again back to the focus group conversation, there was a sense that she was a known entity, both as a broadcaster and as a politician. And the unknown entity was somebody who had been in the state legislature for a number of years, who had been Secretary of State for almost 4 years now, who had gone through the 2020 election. And so, clearly the politics of celebrity and the politics of having a persona outside of the political world is very much a thing now. I don't need to tell you that. Witness Donald Trump sort of thing. So.
Yeah, and I'm just going to tag on to that exact point about the celebrity. I am endlessly on the phone with reporters who are all writing stories about Ron DeSantis as sort of like the future of the post-Trump GOP. Could he win? Blah, blah, blah. And one of the things I say to them is like, look, there's just no doubt. If you're doing a focus group with Trump voters, if you say like, oh, who do you want to see run in 2024? Some people say Trump. A lot of people say DeSantis. And if you say Trump isn't, like if you take Trump out of it, you say, who would you like to see? Like DeSantis is by far and away the number one name you hear. Like that is who these voters see as like the understudy to Trump currently. But I'll tell you what, if Kari Lake wins this race, I am convinced she becomes the front runner for being Trump's vice president and becomes sort of like the keeper of the flame for who is the MAGA the true MAGA candidate post-Trump. And one of the things that I've been the most alarmed about, and I'll try not to put you in a position to comment on this, you can take it wherever you want. One of the things I found the most alarming is seeing, these candidates like Glenn Youngkin and Ron DeSantis, especially Youngkin, people who are supposed to be, they're supposed to be our good Republicans. They're supposed to be the ones that, we can sort of root for. But they've come down there to campaign with Carrie Lake. And to me, that is sort of disqualifying in their judgment. But I guess the question I would ask you is, like, do you see Carrie Lake as the future of the Republican Party? And where does that leave you as a Republican?
Well, I think populism is a scourge on the earth. So that should give you a sense of sort of my politics. Regarding Ron DeSantis, yeah, it's interesting because he's more cut from the same cloth as I am, although he's tried to recast himself, and maybe awkwardly so. And I think you see this, Ted Cruz, Ron DeSantis, we all, sort of went to top 5 law schools and then got involved in local Republican politics and then eventually ran for office. And so I'm certainly not putting myself in the rarefied air that they're both in terms of positions, but I'm younger, but that trajectory seemed familiar to me. But I was having lunch with somebody yesterday who's not a Carrie Lake supporter, but he was saying that we need to increasingly look for good and for bad to sort of the media markets, to celebrity, to athletes who could carry the torch for whatever values we wish to put forward. And he said, look at Zelensky. And Zelensky is somebody who cut his cloth in professional acting, and he has used that to the great betterment of society, to Ukraine, to the advancement of democracy. And so, maybe this is the world in which we're going, and in which these people who are more attuned to the hearts and souls of people or the emotions of people. For me, I think that politics should be a cerebral discussion of policy, and that should win out, and that you should win because you have better ideas or you're more able to effectively implement them. But perhaps I'm a dinosaur in that respect.
Yeah, well, Stephen, I'll just say, I think it is you who breathes the rarefied air these days as somebody of principle who is doing their best to align with the truth when so many others are abandoning it. Stephen Richer, I really appreciate you coming on the show today and being our guest and helping us talk about how to think about these elections. And I want to thank all of you for joining us for another episode of the Focus Group podcast. We are coming down to the wire here. We've only got a couple more. We'll get back to Pennsylvania to talk about the Senate race soon. So stay tuned. We'll see you again next week. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and this week we're talking about the second wildest Senate race in the country, Pennsylvania. Now, if you want to hear about the first wildest, you can go back and listen to my Georgia episode with Molly Ball from a couple of weeks ago. The Republicans have nominated Dr. Oz, a sentence that only makes sense in a post-Trump world. And the Democrats have nominated John Fetterman, a dressed-down mountain of a man who looked like he was going to shitpost his way to flipping a Senate seat. But the realities of his recent stroke and millions in ads from Republicans painting him as soft on crime have made this race incredibly tight. Dr. Oz barely won the GOP primary despite receiving Trump's endorsement. His unfavorable ratings remain quite high. But the night before this focus group, the two candidates had their only debate in which the effects of Fetterman's stroke were very apparent. Oz had already started to close the polling gap with Fetterman going into the debate, and the debate likely increased Oz's momentum in the final weeks before the election. Now, we attempted to field a group of undecided voters who watched the debate to see how it impacted their thinking. But ultimately, the group was strong Oz leaners, and the debate moved them solidly into the Oz camp. But there's still a lot we heard from this group that is worth unpacking, and I'm eager to dig into how the debate might impact the final days of the race. My guest today has made his bones electing Democrats in places like Pennsylvania. Former Bill Clinton strategist and host of the Politics War Room podcast, the one, the only, James Carville. James, thank you for being here.
Well, thank you, Sarah. And I'm a big fan of the Bulwark, obviously. I can't tell you how many focus groups I watch as a campaign manager, which I did for a long time. I've always found them not determinative, but very helpful and, key part of trying to develop campaign strategies. And this one was illuminating in some ways.
Yeah, so I got to ask you just out of the gate before we listen to some of this focus group. So Fetterman got a lot of hype early on, including from my colleague Jonathan Last. Huge Fetterman fan. I was more of a Connor Lamb person myself. But how much did you buy that early hype?
Well, first of all, I was very active for Connor Lamb. All right.
My man.
We raised money for Connor. He's a good friend of mine. I was really for him in the primary. And I don't say this with any glee or like I told you so. If he were a Democratic nominee, we'd win this thing by 5 points or more. And everybody knows that. And, of course, when Fetterman won, I said, look, I'm head of the Louisianans of Fetterman or whatever. I was pulling for him. I still am. But I think when you look at this, the big decision, and people are saying, well, maybe he shouldn't have debated. Once he decided to stay in the race, he was almost committed to have to debate. I'm more, the stay in the race was the real key decision, much more than the decision to debate.
So you think he had to? You think he had to do it? You don't think because I was going to get into this later, but this is like the central question for a strategist.
Could have been much worse. I'd have said, well, now in retrospect, maybe you shouldn't have. But it would have loomed in people's mind. Knowing what I know now, if you had to do it all over again, well, don't debate. But that would have come with problems also.
Can I ask you, though, I understand you're saying knowing what you know now, but presumably the people who are around him, the strategists who are making this decision, they did see him. They were aware of how significant the problems are.
Well, Sarah, what I would say is I've talked to people that had seen him at other events. I talked to someone saw him at a fundraiser in North Shore, Chicago. He had a rally after the debate. He sounded better. I think he's had good moments. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I had some hope that he would be better and kind of reassure people. My understanding of this, and I hate to comment on this because I have no real expertise, but the recovery can be uneven and people have bad days and good days. And it so happened that they had a catastrophic day.
Yeah.
And maybe they didn't anticipate that. I want to go out of my way to give them the benefit of that. And I have heard this.
No, yeah, listen, I was just on Kara Swisher's podcast the other day, and she'd interviewed him, and she said he seemed really good. So I think you're right. There's definitely people who've been talking to him who've seen different versions of this.
Right. And they said, hey, he's got a little processing issue, but it's not bad at all. I hope he's a lot healthier than he showed the other night. I really do.
Yeah, well, let's just set up this conversation. We just have a little bit of the debate we want to play just so people can get some context. So let's play that first.
What qualifies you to be a U.S. Senator? You have 60 seconds.
Hi, good night, everybody. I'm running to serve Pennsylvania. He's running to use Pennsylvania. He got his Pennsylvania house from his own inlays from a dollar. Let's also talk about the elephant in the room. I had a stroke. He's never let me forget that. And I might miss some words during this debate, mush two words together, but it knocked me down, but I'm going to keep coming back up. What I support on Roe v. Wade. That was the law of the land for 50 years. He celebrated when it fell down, and I would fight to reestablish on Roe v. Wade. That's what I run on.
He said very specifically in his primary debate, when he was still debating, that he would support 38 weeks of mandated rules by the federal government that would prevent any state from blocking it. As a physician, I've been in the room when there's some difficult conversations happening. I don't want the federal government involved with that at all. I want women, doctors, local political leaders, letting the democracy that's always allowed our nation to thrive, to put the best ideas forward so states can decide for themselves.
Mr. Fetterman, there is that 2018 interview that you said, quote, I don't support fracking at all.
I do support fracking. And I support fracking, and I stand and I do support fracking.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fetterman.
Why haven't you apologized to that unarmed, innocent black man who you put a shotgun to his chest?
I made the opportunity to defend our community as the chief law enforcement officer there. Everybody in Braddock, an overwhelming majority community of black, community all understood what happened.
Okay, so you can hear how Fetterman was struggling to like get his sentences out. And I want to say the one thing that struck me was just how fast Dr. Oz was talking. Like my auditory processing is fine, and I was struggling to keep up with Dr. Oz. And I couldn't tell if he was doing that on purpose or if that's just how he talks, you know? But in any event, it wouldn't have surprised me if Fetterman was missing a lot of what Oz was saying.
It might be. And one of the other things, Sarah, I was repeatedly told is they don't like Oz in Pennsylvania. He had a 54 negative over the summer, which is high. There was real skepticism about it. But you could sense through this clip you just did the ambition and the glee that he had. And he was talking fast because he knew Fetterman was doing poorly. I mean, I would certainly say for somebody who is obviously a well-trained physician, but you can't argue that that's what he is, he seemed pretty gleeful that Fetterman was having some processing issues. But, it's politics. I mean, when you put yourself out there, that's the kind of thing can happen to you.
What did you think about how Fetterman addressed the issue, just at the top of the debate, when he was like, look, there's an elephant in the room. I had a stroke.
I think his staff, that was a very good response. I'll give that an A+. Hey, look, all right, the problem he had is he just had an off night. And, if you listen to that focus group, which were predisposed to vote Republican anyway, but they were particularly brutal. I was a little struck by the lack of humanity in it. But again, that people generally don't feel sorry for U.S. Senate candidates.
We've got a bunch of the reactions to Fetterman's performance. Fair warning, they are not compassionate, but let's listen.
Even prior to the debate, the guy hits me as kind of like a thug. And after the debate, there was no question he still hits me as a thug. And I feel bad about his medical problems and his inability to really be able to answer questions clearly. But I just can't believe the guy is even, how he was close or ahead at some point in time in this election just amazes me. The way he carries himself, his reputation, being too soft on crime and too loose on policy as far as drugs go, and just every single box is checked off the wrong way as far as I'm concerned for Fetterman, and it always has been. I just don't get it.
Last night he did awful. I feel he should be concentrating on getting better. I feel when he had his stroke, he should have dropped out and had somebody stronger run, and then maybe the Democrat Party would have been did better. But last night it hurt. At one point I looked away and just listened because it hurt me. It just was just awful. And then like he would blurt out things, and when Oz was talking, he would blurt out, it was just awful. I definitely knew I was voting for Oz. I know Oz is a professional speaker and he's done the TV shows and all, but he did so well. And I agreed with every single thing he said.
I wasn't confident in his ability to do the job. He didn't come off polished, and he seemed to be having some difficulties in just speaking and comprehending what was being said. And I was probably leaning more toward Oz prior to the last night's debate, but that just strengthened my choice.
I've never really heard Fetterman really speak extemporaneously, just from, that it wasn't in a commercial or wasn't scripted. I said to somebody today, I don't know if his act last night was truly 100% a result of his stroke. Maybe the guy isn't that intelligent, and he can't put two or three, cohesive sentences together. And it was just exacerbated by his stroke. I don't know. I just think that, we never saw him on a press conference. We never saw him in any type of interviews. All we saw was like the little sound bites that were managed by his handlers in commercials, with the hoodie and the shorts and the goofy goatee. He did look like a bouncer at a sleazy bar, and I'm thinking like how is this guy going to represent Pennsylvania in the Senate.
Okay, so those comments are pretty brutal. I want to reiterate, though, something I said at the top. Like, we were trying to get undecided voters, and you have to do a screen for these voters 2 weeks out. I think these were a bunch of people who were Republicans who were not completely sold on Oz because they saw him as a carpetbagger. But it was a pretty Republican group. There are 2 Biden voters and 1 person who left it blank. But I would not at all call this a swing voter group. This was a right-wing group. But I still was surprised. As conservative as this group was, I was still surprised at the way that they talked about Fetterman, not as somebody who was a stroke victim, but as somebody who, like, couldn't get his act together, couldn't put 2 words together. Like, it was an incredibly harsh indictment. And you sort of were alluding to this before, that you were surprised by just, like, the sheer lack of humanity of it.
Well, first of all, I could think of things people say critical about Fetterman. I was not for him in a primary. All right. The one word that would never come to my mind to describe John Fetterman would be a thug. All right. I might say he's a showman. He's too loosey-goosey. I could think of critical things to say about Fetterman. In my wildest dreams, I don't think he's a thug at all. In fact, I think a little thuggishness in politics sometimes is called for, to be honest with you. But if you voted for Kathy Barnett, you're not going to vote for John Fetterman. I'm sorry. All right. Who I actually thought had the best description of MAGA of anybody. I think that she had an utterly brilliant analysis that we just let Trump because he agreed with us. But MAGA was there before Trump and it'll be there after Trump. And I think that I went into that podcast with your cohort, Mr. Last. I said, you got to understand, when Trump goes, none of this is going away. You're not rid of anything.
So going back to the thug comment, maybe it's just because one person said it. Sometimes this happens in a focus group, like one person says a word and so other people pick up on it. But it struck me as interesting because I would say the thing that they were zeroing in on there as his weakness, or the thing that they didn't like about him, was the opposite of the way I've heard Democratic groups and also some swing voter groups talk about John Fetterman, which is that the fact that he's sort of dresses and hoodies and shorts, like, that's his authenticity. That's what they love about him. I mean, the number of people who've said some variation of he's like a physical manifestation of Pennsylvania. Like, he just looks like Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And so they find that endearing about him. And it was interesting to hear this group see that as, like, mean and bad and, like, scary.
Well, Fetterman did have a little bit of a rebel about him. And I think that was some of his attraction, the cargo pants. His physical presence was huge and looming, and you never confused him with anybody. He would take a quirky stand or two, and, he beat the crap out of us in the primary. There's no doubt about that. And they had a lot of name recognition and everything. And look, and I also want to be clear, at some point, how well Josh Shapiro does, this race is not going. I could see an easy scenario where Shapiro might drag him across the finish line. That's not an impossible hope. But, a lot of his image was his, he would take on, he wouldn't do the things the way other people did it. Everything about him is different.
Now, for people who follow the show, or they know that I was not a Fetterman person, and that JVL, my secret podcast colleague and colleague at the Bulwark, was a huge Fetterman person, and we fought about this in the early days. I'm also from Pennsylvania, love Conor Lamb.
Where are you from in Pennsylvania, Sarah?
So I'm from, I think it's what you called the Kentucky part.
Right.
I'm from Perry County. It's about an hour outside of Harrisburg.
Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania, that's right.
Yeah.
Town of 800 people.
No, yeah, right.
I could see some of those people voting for Fetterman. And when I started doing the focus groups, immediately I was aware, like, oh, like, Conor Lamb can't win this. These people love John Fetterman.
Yeah.
Like, the attachment to him was very real. And one of the things people would always talk about is his sheer physical size. They would be like, I love John Fetterman. Have you seen him? Have you seen the size of his hands? And it occurred to me that there was something like preternatural. People want a fighter these days. They want somebody who can, like, murder someone with their bare hands.
Right.
And I have wondered if the stroke, in taking away some of that big energy that he had of dominating, and instead being like, no, like, feel sorry for this person, they've had this health event, if that's causing people to shift how they're thinking about him. Even if they wouldn't articulate that, I guess I wonder if that's part of it.
I mean, I don't wonder. I think it did.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it did. And it was his real attraction was, this guy may not buckle to the whole companies. He may not do what they all do and get in there and go to, Wall Street fundraisers and subtly work in committee against carried interests. I mean, he looked like a guy that was kind of fearless, and you could see that appeal. You could almost see that appeal to people in the T. That's what we refer to as
yeah, right.
The center of Pennsylvania. It goes up and then it branches out at the top. I was in a car going from Manhattan to Geneva, New York, and we went through a lot of northern Pennsylvania counties. It's quite a beautiful part of the world, too, by the way.
It's the most beautiful place. I try to tell people.
Right. In Western New Jersey, I did an event with Chris Christian. I said, when I tell people at home I was working in New Jersey, they say, it's ugly. I said, you don't understand. That western part of New Jersey is just utterly gorgeous. That Delaware River Gap, I mean, it's one of the most scenic places in the United States.
People don't realize we got all the trees. We have all the trees.
Yeah. They have a lot of trees. Let me tell you, there's a lot of mountains. But like I say, they'd still have a chance. And there was something, innately attractive to Fetterman about a large swath of voters. I understand that. But once he stayed in, I think it bothered people.
Yeah, well, let me just ask this plainly. How do you think the debate changes the trajectory of the race? Again, as I noted at the top, Oz has been kind of closing the gap. People talk about him having the momentum. How did it change things?
Somebody was talking about Georgia, and I think you talked about that last week. And they said, nothing has changed. Well, that's a state. I know a lot of really good Georgia quants. And the early vote it kind of mirrors the 2020 early vote. Biden won by 11,000 votes. The one thing that's happening in this kind of partisan environment is not a lot changes, but it's so close. Little changes mean a lot. When I first started politics in 1988, I ran Frank Lautenberg's reelection campaign in New Jersey, and we won by 8, and Bush carried the state by 8. Well, you're not going to have a 16-point swing now. Forget about that. That has nothing to do with my skill, and I'm not claiming it did. You just had a lot more swing voters. Well, if 50,000 votes out of 4 million in Georgia is like a stunning number of votes in a state that close. So in a state like Pennsylvania, which Trump won closely, lost fairly closely, not overly closely, but it's a really competitive state. And if Fetterman, if he loses 1.5 points, that's a lot. We're living in an era where small numbers produce big results.
Yes.
We don't get these shifts where you run a negative ad for 10 days. His negative went from 20 to 38. No, that ain't gonna happen anymore.
Okay, I totally agree with that. And I do think that it certainly didn't do anything to disrupt Oz's momentum. If anything, it accelerated it. But going back to this question of whether or not he should have debated, we asked this group how they'd react to a candidate just skipping the debates, like Katie Hobbs is currently doing in Arizona, which I am very critical of. But that was clearly a non-starter for this group. Let's listen.
I think it's important for the people that you're going to represent that they get a chance to hear questions answered and issues addressed. And if a person's unwilling to deal with that, they're either hiding something or they're not fit for that type of a position.
I heard it referred to as a job interview with your constituents. And that's why I think it's important that there be, as I said in my prior statement, that we didn't really hear from Fetterman, except for the commercials during the entire campaign. And I think the public has a right to see how they react to one another and how they respond to each other's statements and what their policies and positions are, and to see how they act on their feet.
I wish that they would have had the debate sooner, because a lot of mail-in ballots have already been processed and those people didn't get to see the debate. So I think they would have changed, if they voted for Fetterman, they would have changed their vote.
So what do you make of this? So I know you said that you thought that Fetterman had to debate. Like once he was running, he had to debate. That's just like something expected to do. And they seem to agree with that.
Yeah, obviously, you can't say when somebody said the guy had a stroke And we haven't heard him talk. If he wants to run for the Senate, political parties and campaigns use debates in any way they want to. If you got somebody you need to debate, you're behind, you have a skilled debater, well, of course you want to debate. If you have Bill Clinton, you want to debate 7 nights a week. All right? I've had other candidates where I wasn't that anxious to debate. So what you do is you do the noon event at a Rotary Club in a small town. We've all done that. Let's just get over the self-righteousness and its democracy and Lincoln Douglas and, the ancient Greeks debated in the public square. It's all bullshit. All right. You use it for whatever you can. But this is one instance where you can't say it's illegitimate for Oz and the Republicans to say he needed to debate. He was jammed in a corner when he decided to run. All right. So while I have this moment, before I forget, because I really want to take this opportunity to make a larger point. Many things are a result of fear. Fear in investing, fear in sports, fear in business, fear in competition. The problem the Democrats have, no one fears them.
Yeah.
Alito does not fear them. McConnell does not fear them. All right. None of them do, because they get all gassed up and, in row, and they'll forget about it. And I have to tell you, there's some legitimacy to that. When you have a political party that the other party has no fear of, this is what you run into. And until we decide as a political party that we want to have candidates that are good communicators, that are capable of knocking the living crap out of the opposition where they're scared. My daddy was this is so long ago, no one remembers it, but he was a champion college boxer at LSU. And he used to always say, when they come in on you, if you hit them with a good jab, they're going to be scared to come back again. You have to establish your perimeter. The first thing the military does, when they come in somewhere, they establish perimeter. You try to break that perimeter, we're gonna blow the shit out of you. And that's the way that politics works. I mean, people could say, I hate Bill Clinton, but everybody was scared of him because they knew he was going to be skillful. All right. And the Republicans, for understandable reasons, in the Dobbs decision, in their mind, just proved it. Yeah, there was a lot of hoo-ha in, Northwest Washington and screaming and yelling in front of Kavanaugh's house. And in Kansas happened. Well, I was the only national Democrat to go to Kansas. They didn't even mention abortion. They mentioned freedom. They mentioned backdoor deals. The messaging there was pretty effective. And so now, of course, the gas has run out because they don't leverage that to say they told you that they were going to ban abortions. You didn't believe them, did you? And they did. And so McCarthy comes in over 2 weeks before the election and says, we will shut the government down to force cuts of Social Security and Medicare. In one 30-second spot, you get to say, they told you that they would ban abortion. You didn't believe them. They did. Now they're telling you they will shut the government down, which will hurt everybody, in order to force seniors on a fixed income to deal with what we have. I believe them. You should too. They don't do that. They don't do that. They're incapable of taking the next step. And it's highly frustrating. And thank you for letting me get that off my chest. But I just have to do that. And I have to say that the ineptitude to take a situation where people go, God damn, these people are really, I didn't think they'd do that. And if I told you the number of focus groups I saw, people called me with focus groups where after the Dobbs decision, people couldn't believe it. Well, no, they're going to take that away. It's a 50-year right. I never thought about that. And you leverage that to say they're going to do other stuff. But we're incapable of doing that. Thank you for letting me get off my chest. Let's go back to the focus group.
So as somebody who comes from a Republican comms background, I am forever surprised by how much Democrats do not go on offense, and am constantly preaching the importance of permanent offense. I guess in this instance, the strategic question is, you're John Fetterman, you're up by a few points. What I heard from this group, but also how I felt myself, they've been seeing Fetterman's ads. I've been seeing Fetterman's ads. He's got a really good ad game, like clowning Oz relentlessly. And he looks good in those ads. And so I think that it was jarring to see him and be like, oh no, like, he's not what I thought. I am a fan of debating, and I think Katie Hobbs, who has not had a stroke, should absolutely be debating Carrie Lake, and she should be on offense, and she should be being aggressive. I think that I might have not had Fetterman debate. Like, I would just use the stroke as an excuse.
Well,
yeah, right.
Who can disagree with that today? Go back. Once he decided to run, he placed himself in a position where he almost had to debate. And so when you do TV spots, this is always the thing. Do you have director-oriented TV or editor-oriented TV? All right. A director-oriented TV spot is somebody writes a script. The guy looks in the camera. He walks around, delivering his lines with throwing a stick, and King Timberhope runs in the water and gets it back and takes it to the 8-year-old kid. Right. In editor-oriented TV, you just film a guy for 3 hours and you go pick the best 30 seconds. Well, obviously what they did was editor-oriented TV, where you can make, with 3 hours of film, a tape, you can find 30 seconds to say anything. And you're right, when people saw the spot, which was, of course, highly edited and highly selective, and of course, what rational person wouldn't do that? But I do think in their defense, I think they were hoping he would have a good day, and he didn't.
Yeah.
I'm always a little reluctant to say, what would I do if I were running that campaign in that situation?
Well, and that is very kind of you, but I had a strong opinion about that one. All right, I want to talk about Oz. We had done a group a week before the debate of a similarly screened group. It was like we had the similar set of screeners. And in that group, only 3 out of the 9 in that group was voting for Oz. And so this group, though it was certainly more conservative in its orientation, was a clean sweep for Oz. But we found that the group still had a little skepticism of Oz, but that the debate, what it had done is it took people from like leaning Oz to solid Oz. Let's listen.
I was listening to both. I don't know. I don't know why I was kind of open to Fetterman, but it really hit home last night. Probably wasn't going to vote at all I was just going to leave that one blank because I didn't like Fetterman either. I'm not really for what he believes in. And the thing with he took the shotgun and held it to the African American's chest. I heard that story a while back, and it really bothered me. I don't like people like that, and I don't like bullies. And he seemed like a bully to me.
I always had felt that I would vote for Oz just because of the campaigning commercials and, the fact he was, his stand on bringing, sanctuary states, all the stuff. I just don't like him. I don't like him. And, Oz, he's got to be able to do a better job. It just worries me because Oz not being from Pennsylvania, does he really understand what we need? I think he's tried to educate himself on that, but, I don't know. Oz has got to be better.
Because most people that voted for Biden didn't vote for Biden because they liked him or what he stood for. They hated Trump. I don't want that to happen in our state. So I'm going to vote for Oz. He's like I said, he's well-spoken. I think he's trying, even though he's not from Pennsylvania, he's trying. I think he'll do a way better job. So yeah, he's got my vote now.
I was definitely leaning towards Oz. I don't really trust Oz that much. I don't really feel like he's like a real Republican. I did vote for him in the primaries as well because he was endorsed by Trump, and I did believe he had the best chance. So that's why I voted for him. He's not my favorite person. I really liked McCormick, but that's where I'm at with Oz. So Fetterman, I feel like everybody said thug, but I feel that way too. I just feel like he doesn't look like someone who really cares about his job, or I don't want to say takes seriously. I would hope he would, but it's like, I don't feel like that's the best person to support us and support or represent us in Pennsylvania. I think he's a big dope head, and I think that that's what he's trying to promote. And I'm not for legalizing recreational marijuana.
I think that we did find the one like grad student who was against legalizing marijuana there. So what did you think of Oz's performance? Let's talk about him for a little bit, because I find him repellent.
Well, have you ever seen the John Oliver Dr. Oz tape?
Yeah, it was years ago, though. It was like a long time ago.
Dr. Oz, be clear, he's a well-trained, well-educated physician. He is a huckster and a dishonest huckster. I mean, he promotes stuff that he makes money on, that useless shit, all right? And anybody that has any doubt about it, just Google John Oliver, Dr. Oz. It was so brutal, you couldn't look at it. One of my favorite books was by a guy named Kurt Anderson called Fantasyland. And just how susceptible we've been to hucksterism and snake oil and everything else. So he's definitely in that tradition. He's an operator in every sense of the word. But yes, is he a skilled communicator? Yeah, he had a successful TV show. People are living that send him money that they didn't have, that he doesn't need. The reason you don't like him because he's actually a fraud and a huckster. And worse than that, he should know better. But that's just where it is. But this group was never going to vote for Fetterman if he would have walked on water.
Yeah, I guess because there were two Biden voters, like, you know, you heard a couple of people say, like, well, I was thinking about leaving it blank because I really didn't like Oz. And I guess this is where I think Oz probably made the biggest difference for himself, is he brought some people home who didn't trust him, didn't like him.
Good point.
And you said this earlier, and I just think it's true that, you know, if you can grab a point here or a point there in these just razor thin races, it's a game changer. And I think that his ability to solidify a bunch of people who might have left it blank, that's where he did. He brought people home. Right. But I guess I just really was surprised that Oz didn't try even a little to be like, you know, as a doctor, I understand what John Fetterman is going through. He could have done a lot, I think, to make himself look like less of a dirtbag, and he didn't even try to do that.
A huckster doesn't care, and that's what he is. I mean, a huckster will put on any act that they think is necessary. He will look right at you and say, if you spend money you don't have on these vitamin supplements, you're going to feel better and live longer. Well, you're not going to do any such thing. I'm actually a big fan of P.T. Barnum's, but for a lot of different reasons. But my favorite P.T. Barnum thing is he put a sign up and he says, egress this way. And they all walk out and they had to pay $0.25 to come back in. But Barnum actually had some depth to him. He actually gave people something for their money. Oz didn't even give you anything for your money.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and I think that your point is exactly right. Yeah, if you start with a 54% negative in Pennsylvania, you have some negative among Republicans. Just state that closely divided. You're not going to get to 54 just among Democrats. All right. There has to be some soft Republicans that don't think much of you. And that probably brought them home. And as we talked about earlier, little things on the margin in these really competitive states and competitive races really make a big difference.
Yeah. So I want to wrap up with, we're going to listen to a variety of voters that we have not covered much on this podcast, even though we've done several about Pennsylvania. And the reason that we haven't covered this much is because we haven't been able to find a bunch of these voters, which is Doug Mastriano voters. So we had to have this much more conservative group in order to find any of them, but we did. So let's listen to how Doug Mastriano voters talk.
I voted for Mastriano. I voted for him mainly because Trump supported him. But I'm hearing all these rumors, and I can't find if they're true. Like he's going to make everybody re-register to vote. I can't find that anywhere. And then he was at this January 6th thing. There was nothing wrong with him being there to protest. He wasn't breaking into the Capitol. That was wrong. But you can protest. That's a right. You can be there to protest. I mean, he wasn't fined for anything, but I don't know. But what I think about him is I just reread it right before this. I came on here and I reread his policies, and I like his policies. I agree with his policies, but he is a little radical.
I mostly just voted for Mastriano because he had Trump's endorsement, but we haven't really talked about this. I don't know if the plan was to. But like, I'm really worried about more like social issues with this election too. So I feel like the Democrats are making like a much bigger deal out of abortion for this election. So I agree more with Mastriano's view on that than Shapiro's. The other thing too is like, I'm just super concerned about like China's influence on us and social media's influence. And I don't like this push of like promoting like trans ideologies in these young kids. So I want someone with more conservative values that sees past that craziness. So that's why I really feel like we just need big Republican wave right now.
I'm just so fed up with the politics and the divisiveness in government that I just want every Republican in there, and I want change. So that's kind of my thinking, and that's kind of why I did what I did. But I think Josh Shapiro is going to I think we need a massive shift from the Democratic thinking and, Biden and the loose borders and just the policies out there right now. And hopefully we can come together a little bit as a country. I'm not sure that's going to help either by doing what I'm doing.
I would have to go with Mastriano because I prefer some of his policies. I know that, I didn't like what he did on the 6th. I don't think any politician should have been there crossing lines. But again, I like more of what I hear about him than Shapiro.
Okay. I can wrap my head around the Oz Fetterman thing. I can understand why voters would vote for Oz. Fetterman's not my cup of tea. I wouldn't ever vote for Dr. Oz, but like that I can wrap my head around. Mastriano is a crazy man. And in the swing voter groups, I can never find the swing voters are all going Shapiro. But there was something about listening to this group that really freaked me out. And I kind of need somebody to talk me down because I guess I got worried that, there's even like a woman in this group who knew Josh Shapiro, liked Josh Shapiro, said he was a nice guy, had a nice family, but still wasn't going to vote for him. Maybe it should be reassuring that 5 out of this group, so there were still 3 people who were not going to vote for Mastriano. But like, in your understanding of Pennsylvania and just following these races, I would say I've counted Mastriano out for a long time. Is there any chance that just like lurking underneath the surface, there's enough of a vote for Mastriano that actually comes more from the, like you heard there, like I'm frustrated with the Democrats, I'm frustrated with the state of things, I just want something different, and Trump endorsed this guy?
Look, if Mastriano wins, Republicans pick up 6 Senate seats or something. I don't know, about 4. All right. My favorite is the guy that's tired of the divisiveness, so he's voting for Mastriano. Because when I see somebody, it's really interested in unifying anybody, probably Doug Mastriano is not the first guy to come to my mind.
My impression of people who say they want to unify is usually like, I want us to unify around my sense of things.
Right. Yeah. And his beyond extreme, but I guess you could say at least he doesn't hide it. I mean, he doesn't sugarcoat it. And the other thing I don't quite get is these anti-Semites are just, they just talk in ways that they wouldn't have talked a few years ago. I mean, where Shapiro's kids go to school, good Lord, I mean, it's nauseating. So if Mastriano's ahead on election night, it's not a good sign for anybody, to say the least.
Like one of the women, she was Jewish. She was aware of the anti-Semitism, but she still wouldn't vote for Shapiro. That is some tribal stuff, man.
I think these are just hardcore partisans that have made up their mind. And, there are plenty of Democrats that are the same way. But yes, it's really pretty remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, I always find it very grounding because, you watch people and there are a number of people in the group and they seem very nice and they're parents and they, they're very involved in their kids' lives and their school, but they are hard partisans and Trump supporters and they want somebody aggressive who's going to fight and they think Democrats are destroying the country and it's pretty intense.
Yeah, and I'm not equating, I know you can't equate anything and that's what I'm not going to do. Be very careful up front. But Hannah Arendt talked about the banality of evil.
Yeah.
And, I run into people, I have my own family, people that I know, I've known all my life. If I had sick, they would show up. All right. They will weep at my funeral. They'll text me on my birthday. It believes some of the craziest crap that you could imagine. They're good parents. They're working people. They're good neighbors. And the stuff that comes out of their mouths is like staggering. And, we tend to think of, racists or anti-Semites or something like that is I'll pick them out of a crowd. You can do no such thing. No, you can't. And all the people in your focus group, well, I'm work here or do that. They seem like, very kind of friendly people, part of the tapestry that makes America. But it can be very banal thing is, I guess, the point.
Well, another bright spot to end on for the Focus Group podcast after listening to our real voters. James Carville, thank you so much for being here today. Thanks for coming on. And this was an important one to work through after this debate. So I appreciate you jumping in.
Give all my friends at the Bulwark my best, please.
I will.
You.
And thanks to all of you for sticking around for another episode of the Focus Group. Next week, we have our final episode before the election. We're going to be in Nevada talking about the Senate race there, as well as the governor and secretary of state races. So we will see you then.